Okay, y'all can hear me now. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. I thought we had some technical difficulties and everything. It's been acting crazy on me. I wanted to go and get this thing started out right before it went to get too crazy. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Michael Schrader, coming in with a two-piece, showing the love. Appreciate that, fam. Hey, man, look, I know it's getting cold out there. You know, that weather ain't nice. Big shout out to the queen. Baby, I hope she in Ohio right now, suffering in that cold. I hope you're doing all right. But it's warm down here. I see you Sunday. She had to go home, deal with her mom. Her mom's all right. She's out of the hospital, doing good. Got a chance to talk to her, see her smile today. So that's big ups for me. So I see her hanging out there in the chat. She always gonna drop in just to see how things is going. Probably just to see me. What's up, boy? If you really wanted to see me, all you had to do was, FaceTime me like you usually do. But in any case, y'all, big shout out to my man again, Eli Monster. I seen the picture of his son wearing his dress blues, looking like a real cut killer. That's all I'm gonna say. That's what it be looking like when you got them dress blues on. They tell us when you take that picture there, you can't smile. At that point in time, you don't want to smile. You just give them that look. That look is an everlasting look. That's that look. Every time you pull up that picture from 20 years later, you're going to have that look. But by then, you're going to know the person who's like, damn, he looked just like he act. He don't look like nothing you want to be messing with. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all, tonight's going to be one of them. Can y'all hear me? Mic check one. Y'all can hear me. I'm pretty sure y'all can hear me. Yeah, hoping so. It's showing me over here. Yeah. But tonight's gonna be one of them kind of shows that we was looking back on through some paperwork and everything about. I tell you that paperwork had to be in back when we first was doing our website called, our original website was called The Yard, and Mo used to write stories and have some of his future breedings in there and all that other shit, and I used to always copy it before I would post it on the website. And we were just going over some things, and it's just funny to go back all these years later and look at that kind of stuff now, before it even happened, and then to come back and live that part of your life and watch how it all played out like a story. You know what I'm saying? You see it what it was when it was just a dream, like just what we're gonna do. We're gonna these kind of breedings and all that kind of stuff. Then you put it out there, and then to live it and see it all come into fruition. It was almost like even the Book of Records. He's always talked about the Book of Records. Even way back then, he was talking about the Book of Records. So it was just funny to see how all that kind of shit plays out. Um, One of the things that we always talk about between us, because remember, I've always had dogs, pit bulls, Rottweilers, always had a little bit of everything that we had. And outside the little Madoodle, the little killer Madoodle that we got running around here, all the other dogs pretty much was like, this was like a safe haven. You know what I'm saying? More like my wife was more hands on. She did all the training of the house dogs. You know, here since Piper and well, even not even Piper and Buddy, these dogs never got a. They never seen what it was to be on a chain or be outside. So keeping in keeping in mind that when you training dogs to be around the house, they have to be um, more like train the people coming into the house. And one thing I always noticed about the pit bulls, even Buddy and Piper, even though they were good, they were still more like overprotective. where we had to kind of like put them out on the pool area when people came around. Because for some odd reason, if they didn't like you, they was never just going to just settle in. Like Wilder, he was kind of cool. He was cool, even though he didn't like anybody, but he was more obedient to letting people walk through the house, without having to worry about him acting crazy. But even the dogs that we have now, believe it or not, the Maldoodle is more skeptical and make more scarier than the pit bull. Even though she's a puppy, she's at that age that I'm watching her watch this little Maldoodle trying to attack everything, and I'm watching her hoping that she don't start acting like the little crazy, Maldoodle that's running around. See, and the Maldoodle will, I'm gonna just call her Hella. Hella is my pit bull. She's young, and she'll run out and she'll run up, and she's real good around people. But I noticed as she's getting older that she's starting to act like the little Maldoodle that runs around. Because dogs run in pack. I know that little Maldoodle, I'm gonna call her name. Her name is Lily. We call her Lily Jenkins. And Miss Jenkins, she's a little dog, but she's a guard dog, kind of. She was before we had Hella. Lily was, my wife didn't even want any more uh, guard dogs around the house. We didn't have any more kids, and there just wasn't no need to have a guard dog. She just wanted something little for herself. I think when she lost Piper and Buddy, that kind of hurt her. And her next love was Onyx, and Onyx was a little cocker spaniel. Could open doors, and when he died, she just kind of got away from the dog scene. But all of a sudden, my daughter gets a dog, brings it home, and then my wife winds up with this dog. Now, she is a very serious attack dog. She can't break skin, but she will attack you if she don't know you. And she's got great hearing, so anything is out in the yard or outside or anything, hell, the dog can damn near hear me when I'm coming down the street. And I know my truck ain't loud, but she just knows. And I'm watching this pit bull, Hella, pick up these bad traits that Lily has. And I always looked at it like having to get that part under control, because as she's getting older, she's going to start trying to be the alpha male around here. And every once in a while, I catch her, attacking my little Maldoodle. Little Maldoodle might come over there by her and she's doing something and she'll hit her with that, and I have to, you know, man, my wife going to kill her if she hurts this dog. And I don't want to put her outside, and I'm trying to break her of it now because she's young. I know the first time that she breaks skin on that little dog, she's going to be out of here. And I don't want to see that happen to her. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of them things to where I'm, like even me as the caregiver of this dog, and I brought her into the house. It's one of our dogs. And I always try to keep one of them around. And I got to not really break her of it, because you can't really break her of something that she's in her to do. But it's the bad habits she's picked up from this little dog, and then the pack things start kicking in, and I got to play pack leader amongst these dogs. So I have to be able to control what's going on in my space. And it's harder to do that with a pit bull who you don't want them to be trained to do I'm not training her to be a protector. I like her better when she's running around, laying in my lap, playing with everybody, running up to people and letting them pet her. And I try to keep that attitude there, but it's hard for me to do that when I got another dog that can't break skin, is acting a different type of way. So that's a dilemma that we have to be able to control as this dog gets older. The reason I bring that conversation up because I be seeing a lot of people, you know, you see them out there on YouTube. These dogs snatching up on other dogs, totally out of control. Um, Walking these dogs in the pet parks and stuff and thinking it's going to be okay, fellas, and it's not going to be okay. Remember, I see the problem before the problem's going to get out of control. And I say that because I want y'all to understand we are the beholders of these dogs. These dogs might not be meant for everybody. And y'all have to understand just because it's a dog and some people just take these dogs in thinking, they had a German Shepherd or they had this type of dog and they know how to handle dogs, but then this is a different type of beast right here. And we done had plenty of dogs, man. I'm telling you, we done had them all. But these dogs, these pit bulls, they are a different type of beast. They can be friendly and nice 1 minute, and then out of nowhere be something totally different. And then when they get to be that totally different, they can be totally different in a very mean way. Now, then we've been around all these dogs. I've never had one ever attack me. Even with this puppy, she gets in her ways because in her process of being trained and stuff, put the food, she can't go into her food until we tell her. We can put it right there and she can't go into it until we tell her. And as she was growing up, she was okay with it. But as she's getting older, she sits there and then she just takes it upon herself and goes after the food. So that's when correction comes in. Now, she doesn't like that correction at all. So she won't attack, but what she'll do is she'll like you know how that looks. I don't play that. So that's where she's at right now because I'm not gonna have that. So now that correction has to happen every day until she gets it right. And that's just the way you have to deal with these dogs. You can't just see certain things and just let it go over your head. Because it's some things that you let these dogs get away with that's going to cost you in the end. And we always talk about preserving the breed, you know, and all it takes is one bad guy to make everybody look bad. And we got a whole lot of things going on out here. But, you know, I don't know if the law going to even try to ban pit bulls. Remember, they tried all that before. So, as far as trying to eliminate the breed, they got a new way of trying to do that. And even when people doing the right thing, they still have to worry about going through the BS because when you're dealing with a force that has all the resources to say and do whatever they want, you have to be able to challenge that bit of authority in a certain type of way. But the journey starts with the dog. You got to first be able to handle the dog. Now, you can't stop them from doing what they do, but you don't want to add to the problems that just having a dog's going to give you. And that's why I bring it up like, this is what I have to deal with growing up around dogs, even with a puppy. Now, this puppy been around here since she was 6 weeks old. And as she gets older, all the things that comes with this puppy as she's getting older that I have to be aware of. I have to be able to deal with that. I deal with it. Trust me, I do. But I wonder if everybody, there's some of the things that I see that's happening. Are they handling it? Because I just don't believe being around dogs all my life, seeing these dogs are going to do anything that you haven't seen them do before. I mean, you raise a dog and all of a sudden this dog does something out of whack. And the dogs are maybe 18, 19 months, maybe 2, 3 years old, but you never seen that dog do it before. That's what they say. Because I have never been a believer in that. I believe that they've seen it before and just didn't deal with it. So I bring that up because I don't want to see people be going through those extra drama issues due to the simple things that can be addressed if you just realize that the American Pit Bull Terrier is not like every dog. Remember, these dogs were bred for a purpose and they have a trait. And I'm just wondering if it don't be for that trait in them and what they was bred for, would they be more acceptable to society? Because we can't take that out of them. I mean, if you take that out of them, then it wouldn't be a pit bull. Then you're taking people breeding corsos on top of that, or all kind of shit on top of that. That aggression that makes even to me a more dangerous animal because now you're inbreeding something. I mean, you crossbreeding something that's going to make it uh, twice as worse as it was. So I just bring that up because I want you guys to not just look at your own yards, but help some of your friends out and other people that do things like that, and try to keep them, bring them aware of the mistakes that they make. If you see them making the mistakes, you got to step in there and help them out. You can't just let these things go without saying something. I know you can't tell everybody to do something with their dog, but I do. I'll be out and see a guy finna walk into a dog park with the dog, and I say, "Hey man, you got some breaking sticks?" He said, "No, it's good around. She good around other dogs." I say, "But are other dogs gonna be good around her, or him, or her? Because you can't control the other dog, and you don't know what your dog's gonna do once it gets in that position. Because your dog is a pit bull. Ain't that a pit bull? Yeah. Well, if something brings that pit bull to where that pit bull has to do something, you don't have no way of getting that pit bull off. Well, she listens well. Well, have you ever seen it go off yet? No. Well, then maybe that's why you need to have a breaking stick. Because when she do go off, you think she's gonna stop because you tell her to stop. And I've seen it happen. Actually, I just seen it happen about 2 weeks ago. Swear to you, I had the same conversation with him because I had mine with me. I wasn't going into the dog park, but I seen how she reacted when she seen other dogs. So I already know, you know, her mood. She hasn't had the opportunity to be around that aggression except for this little Maldudo around here, and they play aggressive all day. That's why I have to keep them in check. But to see her act like that around another dog, I wasn't going to take the chance, you know, based on her reaction, what she was fixing to do over there in the dog park. And then after she seen this guy's dog, I seen how his dog was reacting to her and how she was reacting to that dog. And I'm like, okay, me and you ain't going that way. But I told dude, you know, why you gonna take this dog to the dog park? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he took right up in there and wasn't in there 2 minutes. I swear to you, 2 minutes. Now, I don't know if that dog got worked up because it had already felt a certain type of way around my pit, but that dog wasn't in that dog park 2 minutes, and he could not get that dog off his German Shepherd, and it looked so bad because that German Shepherd didn't have a chance. You know what I'm saying? So some things like that, I didn't get a chance to stick around and see the results because at the time I'm sitting here watching, she was going all off, and he didn't have no breaking sticks, and it wasn't really nothing. All that pulling and popping that dog upside the head was making this situation worse. And I just didn't want to be around when the drama came to a head. But it's those little stupid things like that that makes this breed get the name that it gets. Because I believe sometimes that these dogs ain't meant for everybody, and you have to remind yourself, even me myself, I have to remind myself, as much as I love Hella, I have to remind myself she is still a pit bull. And her actions can lead to me having troubles that I don't want. So we have to help each other, help others get that point across. Other thing I wanted to address the poll too. I need everybody to participate in that poll. You know, this poll is not a right or wrong answer. This poll is just based off your opinion. How do you feel about steroids? Now we know steroids has its side effects for your breeders. You know, back in the day, you wouldn't know if the dog was on steroids or not because it's not something that you just blatantly asked for. You just took it and handled it as if everybody was on it. So you really didn't know, and it wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't illegal, and just one of those matters. But then you would kind of know, because not everybody knew how to use them, and then they always had them bad effects when you didn't know what you was doing. But that's not what you're concerned. My thing was, I hear a lot of people have a lot of good and bad to say about the roids. But even though we used the roids back in our time, and it did affect our breeding program, but it never stopped us from who we were breeding to. Actually, we really never asked as far as, like, Mayday. Of course we knew Mayday was on roids. It was evident. Hell, we was with Angel. He's one of the guys who was giving us the lowdown on the keeps and all that other shit. So it was one of them things that did it really matter? No. That's why it was surprising that when Mayday did leave, you know what I mean? And wound up, leaving everybody behind with no puppies, why people questioned that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Who knows how the mother dogs was bred once he got across the water? My thing is, with the fact that a dog that was campaigned, and he's a grand champion, would that actually stop you from breeding to you? Now, we have never ever had 100% around here. On no poll question we ever had. So this is not one that I was looking for 100% because I know there's some people out there who feel like they wouldn't breed to a dog. I mean, especially a grand champion dog that they knew that was on steroids. One of the things is for those who don't, I'm pretty sure in order for you to know that, you would have had to been around to either know the dog was on roids, I mean literally know, or just ask the person that you was breeding to, was he on roids? And then I'm pretty sure they would tell you because at that point in time, it didn't matter for them. They're there to take your money if you're paying for a stud fee, or if you're bringing your male to breed to a grand champion female, they're not going to really, they'll tell you because it's on you. But some people will shy away from that. Now, they say roids create things, traits, and all that other stuff. Well, I don't know what it does in the breeding program because I've never seen that effect. whoever had to worry about seeing the effect, they always seen it in the dog itself. Because it did kind of mess up the breeding program. But back then, we didn't know how to deal with that. We know now. But at the time back then, we didn't know how to deal with that situation. Remember, we was trying to get breeds in before we was making them, in case something happened, we wanted to at least have something on the ground. But we was always testing first, jumping out there, getting that one out of the way, like what we seen. Maybe go for two, and then breed, or no, don't take a chance, go for that, get that one, like what you see, get that breed out the way, and then regardless of whatever happened, at least you got something on the ground. That was just our way of thinking at the time. But it's just it never really considered was Rory's gonna have effect on who we was breeding too. And I just happened to notice a lot of guys was, you know, they frowned. I wouldn't breed to a dog that was on roids. Even a grand champion? No, no. Oh, well, I can put it like this. There's a lot of great dogs out here. It was on roids that y'all breed to. Now, if y'all can find something in between there that wasn't, I guarantee you, there was a whole lot that was on than it wasn't. And the ones that say they wasn't, they just saying they wasn't because they trying to act like the dog was all that. But if you wasn't there, you wouldn't know. So I don't even trust that. You know, but like everybody do let you know, back in the day, you didn't need roids. But boy, you better be ready for the one who come in there who is on them. Because at that point in time, you at a disadvantage. You better hope you got a whole lot of bulldogs there. I'm telling you, it definitely made a difference. I guess that's why everybody wanted to make it an even playing field, and that's why everybody got them. That's why you don't never hear me knocking them. If you own them and if you ain't, it just didn't matter. It wasn't, we didn't care. It's just, it was always, in reality, a disadvantage. You know, because Royce did more than just enhance. I mean, it took care of your blood, your breathing. I mean, there's just so much that came with them. You know, and I liked it. I watched Tom Garner's show, and he spoke on that a little bit, and he was right about everything that he said. And if I truly understood, and I hope everybody got a chance to watch it. So, because if you hadn't, you need to get over there and check out part two of his interview. And he spoke on some things, and I think he got into him just a little bit more than I've seen Mo do. See, Mo never got into. He tell him he used them, but he never would tell you how. Never would tell you his technique. So that's just the difference of him having a conversation about it and how Tom actually explained it, because he gave you the upsides to why everybody was doing it. And yeah, it had its effects, but never seen anything that would affect the breeding program except for to the dog that you was doing the breeding with. It's just it was taking a chance. But they got so much out here now that took the place of the roids that I don't know nothing about them, but they say there's other natural ways to be able to get the same effects. But again, wouldn't know nothing about that because I'm not doing that. We ain't doing nothing over here to be worried about what it is. But the thing is, would you breed or not breed to a grand champion that was on roids? I ain't seen the numbers yet, but when I last looked at it, I had a whole lot of yeses, but I seen a whole bunch of no's. So I would definitely be getting back to that just to check it out. So I'm finna turn this over to Mo. Let him go ahead and get started on this, and I'm gonna go over here and check the poll. Again, I didn't get a chance to do my shout outs and everything because, again, them technical difficulties. I wanted to jump in here and get things started because this is something I've still been trying to figure out. I can't really tell where the problem's coming from. So at this point in time, I just wanted to jump in and get this thing started while we still got some movement here. But once the baby gets rolling, she be rolling. But that loading up part, trying to get it to stay connected to YouTube is almost like a nightmare. So it's on you, Mo. Let them know what's going on. Hey, big shout out to everybody on the back street. I see you out there. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Get that drink right. Sit back and get ready to enjoy the show. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Everybody out there, y'all do what y'all do. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Give me a minute while I set all this stuff up here right quick. Hope everybody doing fine. I'd like to send a shout out to Eli Monster and his son. Congratulations. These weird ass things, man. Oh, they go with my shit. You're lucky they go with my cloak, my hat. You're lucky they go with my hat. No, it doesn't. I enjoy sitting here putting all this stuff together, coming in. Because you already made your stuff clear to everybody. They'd be like, okay, they're ready for me to go. No, they don't. They know you the setup, man. You be giving out all the little warnings, all your little explanations. Me, I'm just coming in. I still don't even know what it is. What's the show about tonight, Mike? I sure am. You know, I be forgetting. Like I forgot my glasses. Congratulations, Eli Monster. I just had another grandbaby today, shortly before the show. Added to being another grandpapa. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, that's a good one. It really do starts with the breeding though. On the subject of puppies to the legacy. It really to me it always starts with the breeding. Because some guys y'all breed and right off the back, as soon as the puppies hit the ground, you know, you got the big hope and dream. And you know, fabrication and all starts going through the head. You're seeing things in the future. And one of the things that I noticed, because me personally, you know, I had hot dogs. You know, there's something about that Mayday stuff. There was something about those Eli dogs that we had. There was nothing that we was worried about when it comes to starting up. Rascal dogs. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We always had hot dog puppies.
We always had hot puppies. And we got a chance to look at our puppies. I am not one to tell y'all I didn't do the shit. I'm James Pope, you know, James Pope. But it comes to a point where, yeah, we let them exercise that heat, but we were smart enough not to ruin our dog. Once I saw what I saw as a puppy, I sat on my dog. I didn't do no rolling, didn't do nothing else. I sat on my shit. I might have sat on it to about 16, 17 months. But in that time period, those 16, 17 months, these puppies that I might have been looking at 12 weeks, 16 weeks, before they even really hit the chain. We let them work it out. And then those who was not all the way on, you know what I'm saying? They all fought. But then it was like you had some that just wasn't, on fire like the ones that was already with their mind set on wrecking shit. And those used to be the ones that, waited on, even though they went to work, they wasn't really the truth, was the ones that turned out to be the truth. I can say that too.
Y'all forget to hit them damn like button. Don't forget to hit the like button.
So, yeah, I am definitely one who was guilty of looking at the puppies. But I didn't. I put puppies on puppies. I didn't put puppies on grown dogs. Like I said, I saw Psycho, and he was a real good dog. But I saw a 11-month-old puppy go 20 minutes with it. Not saying that this was the first time you rode the puppy either. This puppy had a little experience. You know what I'm saying? And that puppy did real good. Real good. And he went on to become a champion. Like I suspected after seeing what I saw. Then I got a chance to see him when we went way over to, we traveled. And the whole town, like I said, they called this dog God. Now, I mean, everybody was calling the dog God. And that was Dundon's first match. This 11-month-old puppy, he didn't get rolled out after he was on Psycho. He actually got put away and grew up. By the time he was 22 months old, we was going to go see God. I guess that was God for short for Godzilla. This dog was supposed to be Godzilla. But it didn't go, but it went like 42 minutes. And he, he did his thing. But it was just a change from what I saw him do with Psycho as a puppy. Gave me all the reason to believe that's why it's important. And what we do with them as young dogs, give them a chance to grow up to be those same type of dogs with no interruptions, no bad things, no bad habits, none of that. Just leave them alone because we done already seen what we need to see. Let's see him do this as a grown-up dog, an older dog. And it always worked for us. I seen Champion Max whole litter roll. I'm riding down the highway thinking I'm going to go home way from Orlando to Tampa with the brother and sister in the same cage because I got both of them. Max's brother and his little mate's sister. And like I said, people telling me on the highway, I got some shit going on in the back of the truck. I look back there, they swapping it out. They swapping it out so good. I can't hear nothing in the truck. Even though I had the music on, it was just, I had to look back there and, they entangled in the cage. As they grew up, we didn't get a chance to see them because the male, he got stolen. He was just going to be a good one, just like his brother Max. Max went on to win 5 before he lost to Coach. He was old by then, but these dogs I saw as puppies roll. Then I also saw that we all did it, but we were all smart enough to put that brakes on and sit back and wait because what we saw as puppies, we saw even better as older dogs. That puppy didn't stay the same, and he was hot as hell then. tell he was gonna be something, but he was still a puppy. We didn't just let him grow up rolling and showing everybody how tough the puppy was. We knew how to keep our hands off the puppy. And really, when they turned around 16, 17 months old, you best believe we was keeping them on fire. We was always doing activities with those hot boys or those hot girls, you know, because Dum Dum had a lady man's sister. She was the same way as him. You know, they was little hot little dogs, and they could work one. But even as they got older, they was totally different. Even though they was same little rough ass puppies, but they was totally different. You thought they was rough, you know, for what you see in a puppy. You ought to see what they was looking like as grown dogs. The same litter that I'm talking about with Dum Dum is the same female that went down there and beat Big Thickest four-time winner Mallory in short order. You know, Brat, same way. Brat got her leg broke. Me putting her on her brother mate, little Mayday. Stop her? No, I just set her up. She's already fucked up with a broken leg. Hopefully we can get her to walk on it, you know, and learn how to walk on it and get to work. What I saw her do as a puppy was impressive. What I saw a little brother do to her was even more impressive. But what I grew up and seen them do when they got older, because I wasn't in a rush. And, you know, that really did make me mellow down as far as, you know, watching her leg get broke like it did. But in the end, with the sight of what I saw as they got older. See, I don't put wear and tear. I'll put some wear and tear on a puppy that's going, but I don't ruin that puppy by putting wear and tear on the puppy because he's hot as he's growing up. Now, some do things different. I can tell you, before Jigga got his first fight, he killed 9 dogs. Based on what Snipe and the people that had him before Snipe talked to them personally. They had the dog. Dog been killing since it was a puppy. And for some odd reason, when you got something like that that was so special to him, they continued. You know, it was quick to go put him down. Until he got into a real dog man's hand. He wasn't ruined. You're not ruined when you can still, you got a trail of shit you done knocked off. And I'm talking about he killed everything. And one dog, even when he got matched and he was a champion, you could say that dog was maybe 11 or 12 and 0 in all DOA. No, not one dog ever lived off of getting off a jig. Not one. So you can't say you can roll a dog too much and he don't be shit. You know, maybe that might be if we were to do actual numbers, you know, that number can get pretty high because you're taking so much out of the dog when you do that. So Jigga had to be a whole lot of dog for everybody to get to play with, you know, as far as him and his ability to kill shit. You know what I'm saying? That's a special dog. Not saying that, you know, that should be the golden rule for all y'all shit, because you go out there and put your puppy on a man, and you putting him on a man thinking he is a man, and he'll turn around there and show you he's still a puppy. If you jump the gun, and that's a good way of ruining a good puppy. Trying to make him something that he not. Care how good he act, care how good he look, I don't care how rough he is. You start playing with him, you're taking something out of him every time you do it. You know, there's all exceptions to the rules. Everything's not always set in stone because you do have those special ones. I would have said that I could have did it to Brad. I could have did it to a couple of our dogs on our yard, like you know what I'm saying? But I didn't. No, I really believe that what I saw as a puppy, what do I got to wonder about? I know what I'm feeding already, you know? So I'm already a happy-go-lucky guy feeding dogs that I done enrolled as puppies. They get real good attention because I know what they will do as they get older with the time that you spend firing them up, time they get a chance to observe how things work on the yard, you know, they be into that. You know, they grow into that. There's no questions to be asked when it comes down to taking them and starting to look at them. But keeping in mind, you can't just sit there and constantly do that with a puppy unless you got a special puppy. And the only way you can tell me about those special puppies, you got to been out there and won 3, 4, or 5. You know what I'm saying? To really make a difference. Because some dogs, you can put so much work into them. I said you take a fight out of them every time you do it, especially a young one. You're taking the chance of teaching them bad habits, putting the pressure on them that you put on grown dogs. And then even if you put that little deep pressure on them at older ages, you putting a dog into a test and you giving him the opportunity to think about if that's what he really want to do at such a young age. You're not giving him a chance to grow up to make that decision. You're going to have him making that decision as a young dog or a puppy. He's going to go through that shit, and the next time he get put in that situation as an older dog, he's going to remember that shit. He ain't going to want to deal with that shit again. Because what you do to one when they're young, if you harm in any way, don't think it won't come back in the later years and hurt you. That one time that you think, you know, you've seen it before, but here we at it again, and he's acting different. Because as a puppy, he never forgot that something was wrong with what he went through. He didn't like it, even though he looked it good as a puppy. You took a lot of fight out of him that day because you gave him something to go back and remember. Most people don't know this. Most of them don't want to believe it. But that's why when you let your puppies roll out and think that's cute, you know what I'm saying? It's better off, for me, it was better off. I didn't let my puppies, if they couldn't stay together, they didn't stay there or play together. I separated myself. But I was able to also be able to control not playing over the food, not playing over a rag. No, I was able to grab my puppies after separating them and being able to take them to a situation of what it's really like, put them in corners, face them up. You know, that's the good thing about when you don't let puppies stay together and you immediately separate the ones that's acting like they want to be on and dominant, want to control things. The next one in line pop up, guess what? He's going to get a chance to see his brother. Very soon. It's just the environment. First thing you want to do, I start just face them off. Wouldn't let them touch each other, nothing. I just want them pissy at each other because they already was hot. You know? Give them a couple of those. Because I'm building a relationship with the dog, with the puppy, letting them know it's okay. I love this shit. You love this shit. You know what I'm saying? And we're looking to enthuse the puppy. So when you take them, instead of letting them just live with each other and try to kill each other, you know what I'm saying? It's more in a controlled environment that you just grooming your shit. I mean, I'm thinking like a smart guy. I'm not thinking like a young foolish kid no more with these hot ass dogs. And there's a lot of guys out here who tell you the same thing that they would do with theirs. You know, I just sit there and put them in the cage and get a kick out of them. You know, at any time a whole riot break out. You know, the first ride I had to take the one out there who was creating it. And that was Yellow Day. First one out of the litter between Brat and Little Mayday was Brat. So they got separated early, but again, I was able to roll them. You know, that little time in between, grew up, put them back in front of me. Oh, they still want some shit. Let's see what they do. Okay? But that's when you're just taking them and it's just how you raise your yard. I'm not a fan for rolling puppies, but I am a fan on experimenting with puppies. You know, I come from that James Pope school. You know, maybe that's why he was so surprised that, you know, that I was able to get Ratchet, maybe because he thought Ratchet couldn't beat Joe Red. But Ratchet never quit. And up to this point, maybe Joe Red never quit too, but every time you kept putting them on each other, maybe you wasn't noticing how Ratchet was biting Joe. Maybe that's why Joe was looking so good on Ratchet, because he couldn't afford to keep letting Ratchet bite him. Because when they got older, it was basically the same thing, except that old boy was still biting, probably biting a little harder than Joe Red took a liking to. You know, even when he cranked up like he used to crank up as a puppy, a very talented dog. But when it really boiled down to it, now he's got that grown man biting him and not that other little puppy. And your talent is doing you well, but that bite is starting to hurt. And that's maybe what he had to revert back to, even back then when Pope was putting those two on each other. You know, I think that was probably the factor that actually, you probably never seen Joe Red ever do it again. You know, to me, you probably ain't putting the shit that we had on it, you know, because you need to be finding that again the way he quit. So, but he quit because I think he didn't like the way Ratchet was continued to, you know, he was very talented over Ratchet, but Ratchet was study getting. And when he get him, he had that Eli mouth. He was a biter. He would bite. And he was pretty game dog. You know, that whole little line of dogs were game. You know, they would be them kind of dogs you take into a match. You know, you will be looking to go an hour. You have to be a very exceptional dog with a lot of ability. You know, because to me, those dogs were not the typical Eli dogs. They were game. You know, that was they didn't have. They still had the mouth, but the other trait that they had was the game. The Hatchet dog, he was the one that came through some more James Pope shit. Came through with those dogs. And these dogs, y'all, I'm talking about, these were James Pope's dogs. Now, I'm telling you, he didn't keep his puppies together either. He didn't want his puppies because he didn't want to see them get murked. But he was definitely one for, you know, he could have 7, 8 puppies on the yard, and we could sit there and roll every down one of them. Just take them off the chain. Let's go do these two. Because the way he was raising them, he already knew when they was hot. He already let them have their squabbles. He already put them out on chains. He's always probably taking one off the chain, trying to step into one's area because he had a hot yard. This yard was fired up. And Joe Red and Ratchet and Damien and all these little young dogs, Dusty, all these just match dogs, y'all. Each one of them all came out to be match dogs except for Ratchet. Ratchet never made it. He just dropped dead one day. But, you know, still we're talking about the raising. And to me, I just think it's the blood. I think that's when the pedigree really matters, because when I see dogs do things, is when I want to know how the dog is bred so I can understand, you know, can this dog do this for a couple other dogs. You know what I mean? And that's how I grew. That's what I did. I saw something good and I followed it. Like I said, I saw Mayday. I said, I'm going to follow. You know what I'm saying? Seen the yellow buck stuff winning. Said, I'm going to follow. And I just watched. Because once I saw how it was bred, you know, I'm expecting to see if it's going to work for them. If it's going to work for me, I'm supposed to see the same thing. And the other thing about it, I got something I'm bringing to the table. So it really starts there when you make the breeding. You know, once she has the puppies, then, you know, the little dream world pops up and you're looking at a litter of grand champions. Which one is going to be that dog? I know the feeling. I look at that every damn litter like that. And then you raise them accordingly. Not really knowing if you check early, then you got something to stand on. But if you check too much, then don't be surprised when they get older, you quit. Because every time you do it, you're taking something out of it. Every time you do it. So if you're going to start wasting shit, waste it on them at an older age and waste it. You know, I would have been wasting it in the box. You understand? I didn't beat up my shit, you know, and then match it. I wasn't one of them. You know, I was real strategic and smart, you know, knowing that what I'm raising, I didn't see. So I shouldn't be in no hurry to do. I shouldn't be in no hurry, you know, to impress everybody and just keep taking my puppies and putting on everybody. See, that was the great thing about having a yard, because you didn't have to share the look with nobody. There was enough dogs on the yard that we could buy up anybody and everybody that we want. We had dogs that hit, we had young dogs, and we had older dogs, you know, that didn't have the ability to do nothing but either have some puppies or take care of these prospects. And I can always say, you can't never say which one of the dogs. I mean, I would have thought Yellow Day would have been the one, and he did get stolen because he was like a remake of Yellow, but a darker red with the brindle. But in the end, in that litter, it was Buck Rogers and Baby, the two yellow ones. Two yellow ones, the ones that look like the Nico Jr. stuff. Then when we turned around and we bred those two, the same breeding back to Nico Jr., then we got the same results. All them little buckskin ones. I mean, them little yellow ones. Yellow Nico came out of a Nico Jr. Sassy breeding. Sassy is the mother to Buck Rogers and Baby. Bred to that yellow buck to Miss Nico. So these were all hot litters, every one of them. So you know when you get a Stone City cross and you're sitting there crossing it to Mayday, and Sassy was off of Brat's brother, bred into that double bred bruiser. So believe me, I didn't know how she was going to produce, but I was sure hoping that she left some little Mayday. Because when I didn't get him back, it was just a wonder what we going to get out of her. Can she ever replace what got lost? Her father? You know, Brat was a bad bitch. But her brother, he was a monster. You know, you can't get too much rougher than Brat until you seen little Mayday. Believe me, we had Charlie and them as young dogs. We had Charlie and them in trouble. That Mayday shit. It was just something different. Coming through Akron, we introduced them dogs into this Akron. And believe me, I don't think it was too many people that had Mayday on the yard at the time that we had Brat. They sure didn't know nothing about Mayday, until, Brat and them started coming to age. But when they started hearing about Mayday, they started talking about Brat. Because for those guys that knew her, now they starting to check out the Mayday because his name is starting to ring. And I'm moving down there to Florida where they all was. So that even made it bigger for the boys up north because, the family stayed on top of shit. You know what I mean? So I think dealing with puppies, it gives you, it gives you useful dreams and wishes. It makes you take care of your dogs better to feel that way. I mean, if I gotta walk around and make breedings and have a question mark on my mind on what it's gonna be, that's not much motivation to stay on top of this shit to get it to grow, because it takes you to make your litters work, if to the full extent of what the possibilities of them being. Back then, we graded our yard on, performance, not paper. I mean, that just, when you feed them and you want to match dogs, and that's what I wanted to do, there was much as no tolerance to, I prefer you being cold, and even being cold, you might not get bred. Not when I'm breeding all the hot bitches. I had Yellow Nickel's littermate sister, and never once did I breed her. She was on the yard the whole time. Knowing she's a Stone City Mayday bitch, but I had so many more of those. I was sitting there trying to breed the hell out of Sir Kill and wasn't getting nothing. But I definitely seen that what I was doing, I didn't get a lot of dogs. I had Sassy produced a lot of dogs because I bred her to a lot of different dogs. I did. But she was the only one that was really throwing all the dogs. We started breeding Roger Ramjet, Buck Rogers to Beetlejuice bitch. Then we started getting dogs. Now we was taking these puppies doing the same thing. When we had these puppies, they were young dogs. It was just, I guess, the environment or something, man. Because us handling them, us turning them loose, us going out there working with them, having them chase and hit the hide, and getting aggressive. You know what I mean? Having to put down 2 or 3, big old round pan for them to eat, because you don't want to waste your food all on the ground because they start fighting in the pan, so you start putting more pans out. Yeah, them kind. Then you start watching which ones is really causing all the ruckus when you start getting scars all over everybody. You got to get him out of there. Because now it's going to be the next person that's going to step up, as you'll notice. And you just start taking the ones that you put out there first. They on chain. I used to walk them by each other all the time till they start liking each other. And then once they get fired up, they see all the other dogs barking at the end of the chain at them as they going back to their crate. Not their crate, but back to their chain space. They got to walk past all these dogs that's hitting the end of the chain because they just saw him down there acting the fool. So that really, you do that enough, and the dogs that live in this type of area and type of life, they get used to it. That's why they're not shy. Some people I've seen out there, their dogs be shy, not people friendly. It's like they just been out there being fed for a long time. Nothing looking skinny, not them looking great. But take them off that chain, they totally different dogs. Compared to a dog that that you've been walking down through there, with excitement all the time and walking down through there, and every once in a while pulling up in front of one of them ones that want to just look like he just want to get your ass, Yeah, or let him walk up there by that one, really introduce to some shit. You know, don't let him get too close. But let him know this is what it look like when a motherfucker ready to snatch your ass in case one get loose. What you gonna do? And they already hot, confident puppies. So I love to see them, you know, do I want to fight this grown thing? Yeah, I do. And then they do. They want it. They want it. And I think it's in the breed. I had the right dogs on the yard, y'all, because I had all the right people whose dogs they was coming from. And as long as my shit is doing what they doing, I got a chance. I'm seeing, I can tell you what their yard looking like, and I can tell you why they have great dogs. To everybody that I ever bred to, I can tell you this, that, because remember I said, even back there in the olden days, we just in our last show, I kept on talking about all those breedings, right? Those breedings. And what was their mind frames and their motivations? And I always kept on saying because they were dog fighters. And this certain mentality and motivation to a dog fighter to stay competitive, knowing that's the most important part of raising the dogs is to be competitive enough to win. And if you're competitive enough to win, me, I'm going to tell you, I'm taking shortcuts. And in the process of me taking shortcuts, I can honestly say with me making shortcuts, my shortcuts made it to better things. I had a chance to become Mayday's first champion. I had a chance to have the standard of what the Mayday and the yellow buck stuff came to, because look at Baby. She was the first one of those dogs. Look at her. Look at Buck Rogers. Both of these dogs produced. All our Mayday stuff that we was produced, breeding to Nico Jr., those dogs all produced. So we knew that the Mayday crossing with that yellow buck stuff, Stone City stuff, was the trick. We did it several times. We took Sassy and turned around and bred her to Nico Jr., got the same type of results. Maybe not like those dogs we bred to Little Buck and Sassy, because those dudes were special, because Little Buck was special. The dog we brought home from Stone City, he was a special piece because he fit perfect with what better dog off of Mayday and Grand Champion Ace. So the fit was there. And everything that came after that, y'all, it proved, and I guarantee you, I always felt like the standards were set when we seen what we were able to do when we took those puppies out there and showed all of them what it looked like with those two lines together. Those dogs must have been really doing some shit, y'all. And I'm trying to tell y'all, even though they were puppies, but guess what? Didn't rush them, didn't wreck them, didn't tear them up, let them grow up. And, I ended up matching Buck Rogers' first one was at 19 months old. Beth started her career at 18 months old. Yeah, that's how special they were. And you know why I thought they were so special? Not because it was me beating them, no. Because I've been paying attention to Stone City. I was paying attention to hardcore. I'm seeing their shit. I'm seeing why they are winning. I'm seeing why they're competing. I'm seeing the dogs that they're using. I'm seeing the dogs. It's supposed to be the same way for me. Now, if I can't take this yard and do what they're doing, then I'm doing something wrong, because I sure got the activity. I sure got the competitive nature. I got a yard to look like their yard with some of my own shit in it. And if I'm smart enough, I can get to that. Maybe never reach the pinnacle. But let me tell y'all something. Based on what James Pope did when he taught me how to read papers and how to understand how this thing really works. She gave me a pathway to the connection of the things that were to come. Meeting and being around Atlas Brewer and James Edwards and those guys in Carolina, Tony and them, they was the I would have to say the foundation of the building block to what I was getting ready to get into when I went back up north. Meeting James Pope, learning papers. All of a sudden now I'm looking at the journal. Now all of a sudden, I'm growing in the game. So you say by 92, 93, 94, and 95, I'm doing shit. Matter of fact, it was right around in that time that they started, we were doing websites, am I right?
I want to give a big shout out to my man Balls Deep. I see you, fam. Balls Deep said, that was one of the best pieces of information you have given so far, sir. I hope they all caught it. It is so overlooked or not even thought of. Appreciate the love, Balls Deep. I see you, fam.
Thank you, bro. Because we do lose sight. I mean, either we lose sight in the handling our great litters because everybody want a great line on your dogs. Everybody, you brag about your papers and you brag about your puppies and you brag about the dogs even when they look good. I cannot speak on what's going on with them now. But we did the same thing back then. My thing was I wasn't trying to be better than none of those guys. I just wanted to be like those guys. I wanted to compete. I wanted to go and kick ass like that. I wanted to be able to have famous dogs on my yard like them. And what's the best way to do it? Go fuck with them. Yeah, I was around hardcore. You know what? Don't want me to start going through the going hard dog because what going hard there with our dog is what hardcore, Stone City, Abraham's, McNasty. These are all dog fighters. BLB, Eminem, Picard, Walking Down Ram. These are all dog fighters. So we're talking about dog fighters. And if you notice, just keeping it real, the names that I said, if you do your homework on each one of them, each one of them, you're going to find that they did something on that yard to be able to go and do what they did. Eminem, Stone City, Victor, Mau, all their greatness became on their yard. They didn't go out and buy these dogs. They went out either bred them dogs or had them as puppies, but they raised those puppies. And it was the way we all had that thing in common. No, we all, Stone City, Deep South, they sang, all of us. Oh, we was getting hot litters, y'all. Yes, a lot of these great dogs was fire when they was puppies, okay? The thing about it, once we seen the gold in them, it was like a no-touch clause. Didn't have to go remind our puppy that he's still hot as a puppy. We didn't have to go and keep messing with him. We saw enough to be like, we don't want to touch that because we know if we want to take something out of him, knowing that every time you do it, you're taking something out of him. Don't you think I want to take it out of him at an older age and give him a chance to grow up, be that age? Start taking it out of him as a man, not a puppy, because everybody wants to see a hot puppy and he's a bad man. He's a man now. Yeah, he's a man now until you put the right shit on him. And if he is anything like you saying, he's got to be jigger, then you don't got nothing to worry about. Have your fun. But if you think you're going to have a whole yard of that shit, you won't be in the game long. Because that attitude is the same kind of attitude that I watched James Pope do with Joe Red. See, James Pope didn't match dogs. He was a good breeder and he knew those papers and he knew the game. But he didn't match dogs. You know? Can I call him a dog fighter? Hell yeah, I can call him a dog fighter. He was definitely a dog fighter. But he did not match dogs. So it was good to see a person who don't match dog sit there and probably take this shit out all the time. Because you're not going to nowhere. You just want to see your dog beat up shit. But you take him out there and try to match his ass, and then you put him into that real world. You know how many young guys I done seen do that? Beat up the whole area and be twin. I'm telling you, this motherfucker ain't, he is ready, man. I'm telling you, man. Okay? Even this dog, by the time he gets to square one, he's looking like Homer on the face. Dude been probably rolled all his life. This boy done seen his dog and never let him down. He know he got the truth. He got enough scars on him to show he done did something with him. But when you hit that fast block with him, he looked good for a while until he got to that real hard work. That hard work that he was never used to. That hard work that you was trying to put on him when he was a puppy. And them times that you had to realize that, you know what time you did that. You know when you did that. You know when you had fucked that puppy up. Because you went in there and tried to save his ass and he's still a puppy. I'm just going to sit him on the chain. But you know you didn't already cause the damage. You just hope it grow out of his ass. And it seemed like it did until you really put him out there. And what's the best way to put him out there to find out the truth to me was to match him. Fuckers we keeping them for, that's not what we doing with them. Especially calling myself a dog fighter. I'm a dog fighter. I ain't fighting for free. I'm trying to fight to win. I liked that shit. And I liked it, the combat that and the competitiveness that it was the competing. So how am I gonna sit here and watch so many guys mess up their prospects by trying to make them famous before they even get matched? You're making him famous before he ever got matched. Do you know how many great dogs that grew up because great dogs all through their young career and then got out there at the age of 2 and 3? They put him on the right shit. Oh, he was not what you thought he was, is he? Or what he could have been if you hadn't rode him so much. Or is it, oh, I'd have set on him and he just a game dog? Well, that's what you should be thankful for. At least you have a chain to put him back on. He was a rough dog, but he grew up not with that kind of ability to start the puppy because now he's a grown man. And he's being tested. So you got two things in common. One, you can look to have some hot puppies. Probably got a little ability you showed when he did, but you know, when as you got older and you put him on bigger competition, he wasn't as great as you thought he was. Or you put him on the right dogs in the right level, that he's not what you thought he was, but he didn't quit. And he starts young. Give him a chance. Put him on the chain and I breed him. That's when I would breed because you know he game. Anytime a dog goes through anything on Growing Hard's yard and he goes down, that's all we're going to tell you about the damn dog is he game. Because at one point, it came to he wasn't as great as he looked as a puppy. Because he didn't fell down. He's down. Once you're down, there's nothing left for you to do but show your worthiness. Because your worthiness of being a match dog, that's out the door. Now it's got to find a place for you, buddy. The only other worthiness you have to be any good to me is to show your gameness. Show your gameness. Show it while it's free. You know what I mean? Show me why it's free. Give me a reason to keep you. It happened to a lot of dogs. Yellow Nico. Yellow Nico. I got rid of Yellow Nico with the intention that he's not a match dog. So how do you get him and he ends up losing a foot? You see what I'm saying? He was that good, enough for you to have him lose a foot, and still end up keeping him because he never quit. So why put that puppy through all that when all you had to do is trust me and listen? And what did you have to go that far out to do? What was you looking for? And he still produced good dogs. Nico Jr. and Sassy. Nasty Nick. Little May brother. See? Very good dog as a young dog. Game dog, tested dog as older dog, because the dogs that's going to compete on this chart are not getting game tested. If anything, they're doing the game testing. And that was what made Going Hard dogs, to me, you know, what I really liked about them is because you put the good with the good. And the better the dog, the better the chance for him to win out there. I want mine to be on just the type of level, that type of level. Everybody, to me, everybody should fight. I don't take nothing away from no man and his animals. My job is to be better than yours. The way we find that out, we have to compete. The only way to answer those questions. And I liked the way those big kennels competed. I have a thing here. I'm trying to save it for another show where, you know, Mike want to think, you know, he found some old shit. He had some shit from when I had a website. You know, in my website, it was called Going Hard Kennels, and the thing was called The Yard. That's what it's called. And this is before I made all these breedings. You know, you'll see, you know, in these things, you're going to see my little editorials where, you know, when I was around with BLB and Satan and Charlie and all those dogs, you know, there's even a thing in here where you can see who Satan went into. You know, just a lot of information. But then you'll see my growth. And you'll hear my plans. These are plans before I ever met the BRED to Mayday. Before I ever went to Puerto Rico and went to Tommy Boy. And here all my plans, it's all in writing. Back then, what I was actually writing down and telling you guys. You know what I'm saying? And you want me to do it, Mike? Let me show it, man. I give y'all a little scenario. I give y'all a little piece of this. Because he found it, and I wanted to make it a show, but I don't want to. When I start wanting to go into the Going Hard dogs, like I go into everybody else's shit, sometimes I be wanting to go back into this shit because don't want y'all to, you know, to get who this is sitting in this chair. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me confused. So I have to, you know, I try to stay, you know, I don't like pushing that on y'all, but sometimes that's the best way to teach you and show you and stop talking about everybody else's shit and talking about mine. Because again, I did the shit on my yard, and then there's a whole bunch of other people who was able to take that bloodline and do the exact same thing. So, you know, I can't say, all the credit is mine. No, I ain't trying to say that. I'm just saying the shit was my shit. You could take my shit and go out there and do what I did with my shit. Like I took Stone City shit and made that shit and did that. Like Deep South did with everybody else. Like Triple M did. You know what? We had success. That's all I'm saying. I ain't trying to be boasting nothing. I'm just telling you about all these guys and which one of them is not great and a legend. And why are they legends and why are they great? Because of the dog. They didn't have just great pedigrees. They had competitive dogs that could compete and win. And just by me wanting to be that and stay on that, I had competitive dogs that can compete and win. And if you follow the breeding program the way I did it, like I followed it with Jesse, I followed it with Hardcore. I learned from so many other guys and what they was doing. Abraham, everybody has so much to bring to the table, as I had a chance to sit back and raise these puppies to compete. Yeah, I got this hot shit, but how am I gonna get it from here to get like them? I had to learn all that. I had to figure all that out. Because once you get to that, guess what? You will never forget it. Remember, I can talk about my breedings that produce champions. I can talk about the dog that produced those champions. Just like Jesse and them can talk about his shit. Like Hardcore can talk about their shit. Like Triple N can talk. Now I can join that family of great guys and say the same thing to y'all. And try to say the same story to y'all, and tell you it's not like I created the new piece of pie. And it all started with the puppies. And that funny feeling you have every time you have a litter. This is a great litter. It sounds good. It looks good. But the papers is the hardest thing to deal with when you're raising puppies. Because that's the main thing you got in your hand when that bitch dropped that litter. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only time that you're supposed to look at those papers and admire them. The only time. Admire them, look at them, look at the puppies, get that wishful thinking, and then go put them motherfuckers away. Because after that right there, them papers don't mean shit. They don't. Don't make them papers something that they're in that litter because what you're seeing on those papers. No. Now you go back and you concentrate on that litter. Make sure that what you got matches those papers. Because that's the way I raise my yard. I'm not using dogs that's not making it. I'm having too many dogs that we breeding to get competitiveness. I can't tell you about the ones that don't make it. I can barely remember them. Because my focus is not on them. Because who talks about them? I'd be first to say I don't. I want to talk about the ones that I was successful with. Because those that didn't make it, and most of the time that's answered on my yard, there's no comment. Because there's no relevance to them because they didn't make it. You know how many dogs Justin and them had to go through? You know how many dogs any kennel that's competitive, that's any great kennel gonna tell you what they had to go through? Do you think everything that we produce and breed on our yard is the shit? No. It's very hard for me to let the dog that I had go. No. 21 son, no damn puppies. I don't know which one you might get. I'm trying to have some competitive shit. I ain't risking that. Care how good they bred, I'm not risking it. And when I did get out, look at the dogs that I let go. Most of the going hard dogs that produced champions was bitches. Got a few males, but you're gonna see there's a lot of bitches. BRED back to May 2. May 2 had his share of winners too. What a day. So he produced the daughter who had a grand champion. And then he produced the daughter who became a champion. Oh, there's several more. May 2 produced several champions. But that's what Victor and them doing. That's what Deep South and them doing. You know what I'm saying? That's what Hardcore doing. Mau Mau and so many other kennels that I knew. It felt good to get to that point right there for me. It felt good for me to see that I'm able to experience that when I literally, y'all, sat down and used to talk about it. Be having a website, sitting there doing an editorial, talking about the very things that I'm sitting here talking about that I did, and before it was ever done, my plans to target kennels that I was targeting, and believed it. I'm telling you, if I get this shit with these people here, I mean, all the way down to Satan. I had Reva. Reva produced a champion. Actually, yeah, she produced a champion. I'm getting the dogs that's doing the producing. All I got to do is lock it in the yard. And the whole time I'm building, like Mikey, Judo, and all them, and then acquiring Amber after all them get stolen and starting all over. But I'm doing this editorial, literally telling y'all, I got Red Ace. I got Amber. I'm telling y'all, I like to breed Red Ace to Yellow Buck. But since I got up with the wanting to liken that breeding, in the midst of breeding Amber, I saw Mayday. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Red Ace with Mayday. I really like him, and that's why he came along. Never got my mind off of Yellow Buck, which was only a champion then. But I loved his breeding. I really loved it even more after I bred Red Ace to Mayday. But by the way, since we talking to these boys over here in Puerto Rico, they talking about this bad bitch Tommy. Let me go ahead and show y'all how bad this Red Ace shit is. Now, even though Red Ace lost, guess what? Look at all the Stone City dogs going hard got in our line. Why do you think Tony and Jesse opened that door and let me in and play around like I played with their shit? Because they saw Red Ace. And then they saw Rat. That's why. And was they wrong? No, they weren't. Were they wrong for letting me in? No, they weren't. Because I got in by being competitiveness and have the will and the want to compete so bad that what I wrote as a plan was executed. Every single one from hardcore to Stone City to Victor. All the way over to Hell on Earth CD, all the way up down there to Deep South, all the way over there to Barracuda. Followed the whole line from the beginning. Since Victor put me on that task to make sure his shit was getting out there, getting registered and reported. You know? But it all started, y'all, with these puppies. I seen us all about our puppies. And we would laugh and talk shit about our puppies. Like I said, Deep South bought an 11-month-old dog in there, and today he'll talk shit that 11-month-old puppy looked good against that dog that went 3 hours and 17 minutes. But I wouldn't give a damn what you say, knowing that this dog went 3 hours and 17 minutes and then what these two-time winners prior to that on off the chains that they was trying to get us. Still trying to sneak us on that one, but the dog was good enough to do that. Not taking nothing away from Dum Dum. Because I knew Dum Dum was going to be a champion at 11 months old. But to say Dum Dum would have beat Psycho would have been a wishful thought. Because one thing didn't change the fact. Psycho was beating shit and he was game as shit too. Now you're not gonna tell me that little puppy would have took that shit that dog would put out. He did good. But one thing for sure, we've been expecting Psycho to fight like he did for 3 hours and 17 minutes, scratch like he did like it wasn't nothing. That's not a whole lot to expect out of a puppy. Brag because you had a good puppy. Because he was a good puppy. And he did go with a bad motherfucker now. But to sit there and say that he would have beat Psycho, no, you wouldn't have never grew up to do that. You would have had to grow up to do it. But you wouldn't have never grew up thinking you was going to do it at 11 months old. That's the fact. Wishful thinking, but not smart thinking. Dogs was on two different levels. But the puppy was definitely enough to stamp as a champion. I knew what not going to beat that dog. At 11 months old. And to say that, look at the kind of dog Psycho was. So for me to say that, was I putting him down? But was I looking at Psycho any less? Hell no. I was looking at the little young dog as good because I know what Psycho is. And in the end, he not proved me wrong. He was competitive enough that I like to win. And he won in a great one, you know? And he made what I said about Dum Dum the truth and the fact. I said that dog was going to be a champion, and he was a champion. His little May sister was just as bad as him, and she's a champion. But guess what? They didn't roll those dogs all the way out their lives. We all had this one thing in common. I seen all of us do it. I seen Jesse do it. I seen Big Mike and them do it. I see Triple M and them do it. They be peeping at their puppies. But boy, when they go hands off like, don't even talk about these right here. We all do it. We treat them different because we don't want no mistakes. We want to keep everything like we left it. The last thing I saw is a bad little damn puppy. It's going to be the first thing I see when he becomes a fucking dog and not a puppy. And we all did it. They did it. I did it. And the thing about it, I know they did it because that's where I got it from. Remember, I told you with blood, and then when I was in Carolina, we was roll crazy. People we was putting these dogs on. Like I said, if they would have been beating us, they would have probably had us all in the journal. But because we was putting these dogs down and we was doing it at a rate like, you know, we were just enjoying the dog fighting part of it. Wasn't matching shit. No, bet $100, $200, $300 here. You know, Paul was always doing that shit. Go get Bruiser. Yeah, we're going up there with Bruiser. Or go get Blood. You know, we were doing them things like that. And was winning. Traveling all around Carolina winning with those dogs. But when I got up north, and I learned by watching Pope. Because I watched Pope, and Pope taught me how to do puppies, you know, and enjoy doing that shit. But he also showed me you'll never make it to the pit like that. As great as Joe Red was, Joe Red, all his brothers was matched. Even his sister was matched, but he was never matched once. And all of them lost one match at one point game. They all won, but they all lost game. Even me, I lost with his little man sister, Dusty, 205. Shouldn't have lost, but hey, still didn't beat the clock. Bandit was in a long one, a great match. He went a long time. And these is puppies, y'all, that I'm talking about when there was puppies, we was rolling these dogs, okay? But in the later times, the difference is these was the dogs coming off of Pope's yard. They was making it to the box. And they was winning. But when it went to that next level, that level that, you know, when you're competing, that's where I saw the wall. Remember, these were rascal dogs. They was Eli rascal dogs. You know? And they was hot puppies, nice looking dogs. But in each one of their losses, it was because they're not on that level. to me, because the kennels that they lost to was fast lane kennels. Yeah. Ohio Castle is a fast lane kennel when I went in here. With his Huzzy dog. I went in the Huzzy. You know, he talking shit about Huzzy. But we went into it, took a 12.5, and you would have to say we got counted out on top. Wasn't even no courtesy scratch offered after that. Because we never know about Huzzy. He should have courtesy scratched it. Because the next time out, you think she went 205, the next time out, she didn't even go 30 minutes. See, that night that she went into us, we took the last bit of her. You know? Where he looked at that count out and didn't really look at his bitch. Because if he had been looking at her and not sailing over the wind and not really looking at what he was looking at, I would have never took her back out. Because she showed us nothing to come back out on. I'd have took her and kept her as a 2-time winner. And she was on me. You know, but that's another win. You're taking another shot because she went 205, but she only went 205 because maybe about a half, 45 minutes of it was Dusty laying on a dog. It was not much of nothing going on. I mean, to the point where, you know, the dogs was out of hope. Wasn't really out of hope, but they was like a foot in the mouth. And, you know, this dog is not holding on this shit. I don't know what the hell. But in the end, every one of them, the only one in that litter to quit was Joe Red. All the rest of them, not a one of them ever saw the sign and quit. Not one. So it made it a great line. And keep in mind, y'all, this is Shirley. These are Shirley's pups that I'm talking about. Shirley's pups. Yep, Shirley 2's pups. Each one of them, all of them come off of Shirley 2. And every one of them got matched butt, Joe Reed. And every one of them was some badass puppies as puppies. That's why we, you know, it was such a thing. You know, you had the ratchet litter, the hatchet litter, you had everybody else's litters, and yet these dogs right here was, you know, the gang bangers of the hood in that area. Cleveland and all y'all felt them young dogs because, you know, Pope would roll his puppies, but he was not a dog fighter, not one that matches his dogs. Excuse me. That's why I think a lot of his dogs was not as great as they should have been. Because he took so much out of them when they was young. By the time we got our hands on them, they was bit up, eat up, and probably been through wars. Because even though they never quit, it's like, you know, it gets to a certain level of heat on them, and they would not intensify the fact. They would like mellow with the fact. Like they never could get over that plateau that, you know, that's why I never done what he done. Because I can never tell you is that in the cause of what he did to them as puppies, even though none of them really gave him no bad sign, but it seemed like you took so much out of them that they was not the same dogs as grown dogs. Yeah, they would still fight, they would still, but they weren't the killers that they was as puppies. Maybe you changed so much in them that it affected them as an older dog. And that can happen when you take so much out of them, when you add so much of them. You know? Yeah, but Crybaby wasn't no joke, but we didn't, remember, we did our puppies like everybody else, but we didn't go through their whole lives rolling. We didn't do that. Once we saw what we saw, no, we gonna let these damn mamas grow. Because we want to see them grow with that attitude right there. I want nothing putting a blemish. Anything can happen. Nope, I want to see them the way I chained them up and stop touching them. Because when I did that, believe me, I was impressed with what I was feeding. And I wasn't going to let nothing mess that up. Now, when I come back, back around and put them down now that they're older, I'm supposed to even see something even better. And I've never been disappointed. I saw the way Pope and them was doing it and watched their results. Then I watched the way I did it and the way I was paying attention, watching how all the other guys who was rolling their puppies knew how to leave them alone. You couldn't even pick up the phone and say, hey, I got a puppy too, man. Yeah, I like that. Let's throw these. And we didn't see enough out of our puppy. Now, you come see him when he get ready to come back out. But, we ain't going to be, fraternizing. And like I said, when the shit was young, I'm letting everybody bring their little female. Why? Because it ain't going long. Last about 5, the longest was 9 minutes. But I didn't roll her to death. Maybe I did it about 4 times from the time that she was like 11 months old to about 16 months old. I did her 4 times. And by the time I got ready to get out, she was old enough to be matched, her and her brother. But I literally did her 4 times from the time that she was 11 months to about 18, 19 months. And I can say that 3 times was back to back to back, like 2, 3 weeks apart, because they was going home getting some more shit. See, eat that shit up so quick, they come back 2, 3 weeks later with another dog. Twin, come on, man. You gotta get back with that, man. Let me see this. Come on, man. And here we go again. I got Sister's Kennel twice, and I got my kennel partner. I got him once. Then the next one I got when she was about 16 months, it went like 5, and it was a pickup. I took her to Carolina. I'm telling you, she bit so hard and she was so rough. And she was a Stone City hardcore dog. Yeah. And she was bred to Twisted. Mayday. So I had all 3 dogs. Everybody that was in my story, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to pull it up, guys. I'm going to shut up for a minute and pull it up.
Talk about pressure.
And show you that these were the kind of breedings in the dogs that I think it would take to be competitive on my yard. And I definitely did exactly what I said. I used to have a dog named Pressure. And she came from a boy vernacular, a boy named Keith Davis. He is actually the designer of the LeBron Town. You know what I'm saying? And the ones we got with the journal all on it? Yeah, he actually designed that. And he actually does designs for LeBron Town and Nike. But he had a dog named Pressure. She didn't have no ears. They cut her ears. But Pressure, she had the perfect name. And she was an Eli bitch. A black, little, skinny, strong little bitch that didn't have nothing but one speed. One speed, y'all. When I say one speed, I'm telling y'all. That's why her name was Pressure. And remember, he had 2 of them. There was these 2 little females. And he didn't have them since they was puppies. They was puppies. And these 2 females, Pressure, and I forgot her other name. These little females was bad, y'all. As puppies, they was bad. And there was young dudes that didn't know what they had. They was just abusing the poor dogs because they was fighting so much. So much to say too much. So I get Pressure. I finally get him to get a chance for myself to get Pressure. Pressure was one of the baddest little dogs, man. But you know what? By the time she got to me, Pressure had so many scars, so many bang ups, that when it was time for us to look at her, her name was Pressure, but she didn't have the punch of her pressure. No, it was like she was a she was match material, but no, she wasn't, because I wouldn't have wanted to bet on a dog that could throw that type of pressure, but not do the same damage that I saw when she was young. She didn't have the punishing power that she had when she was young. Her pressure could put pressure on a dog, and she was wrecking one. Now, at her later age, she had that pressure, but where's the damage? Yeah, her teeth are gone. You know what I'm saying? And then she had that big split. Remember, in the middle of her forehead. You know what I mean? The dog bite of there is gonna open up. But she was one of them. I mean, it didn't matter. She was going. I didn't care. I didn't seen her down in that game, tested her, and guess what? Her gameness was just as much pressure as the word of her name. When she's losing, she's still throwing pressure. And she had the perfect name. That dog was like, didn't have no medium, no slow down. The scratches was always pressured out. I mean, she, I don't care. Scrape her off the floor. She's still on. Still trying to bring that heat. Even when she loses. Yeah, they had ruined her. And we told them that when we did it, we said she's ruined. Hopefully we'll get some good puppies out of her. That's what I said. Yeah. Let me show them this. Let me show them this. Yeah, while I'm on that, I wanted to show you this right here. This is, you see the date on that, right? It says puppies due in February 1996. Y'all see what breeding that is? Look how old Ace is. See the puppies? On your fuel be sold, first come, first serve basis only. I think we really disappointed them because we didn't sell a one. We didn't sell not a one of them. Once them motherfuckers hit the ground, no, we ain't letting these ones go. Shit. But look how old Amber was when we made that breeding. And her puppies weren't even 3 months old when we had took her to go on the Tommy Boy. Red Ace was 22 months old when we went in the Tommy Boy. Now this back then, guys, this was actually a page on our website. Yes, I was in Akron, Ohio at the time. That was just our office address. Okay, hold on. I grabbed some more something. We just found this stuff. And I just wanted to show y'all some of the stuff that, this back then. Remember, y'all, that's the brat in them before they even touch the ground. Here's another one of the things, was an article. and make some good read. I think I'm going to take a piece at a time so y'all guys can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Now, this was in 95. This was on our website. It's called The Making of a Winning Kennel. Okay, I'll read it. Just follow along with me then, fellas. I really wasn't trying to read it, but I'll read it. So Going Hard was established in 1982 by me and my cousin Benny Choke in North Carolina. We were supplied dogs from a guy named Paul, who was a sheriff at the time. I sure couldn't tell. The dogs was coming from Atlas Brewer, James Edwards, and Mr. Triplett. We had some good ones early in the game. Due to the people we were dealing with, the only problem was lack of knowledge. These guys, as it turned out, were very good dog men who weren't telling, just selling. We were putting these dogs down and they were very good dogs. One was named Blood, off of Brewers Levi. We were putting these dogs down and they were very good dogs. One was named Blood, off of Brewers Levi, a hard-biting snooty dog that was sold to us with heartworms. Yeah. You best believe he didn't inform us of that one. We didn't know until 45 days later when he died. And where we're talking about there, that's Levi. Blood had two little mate brothers that if I had those three dogs now, I think they would have been great. They were destroyers that wrecked everything they encountered. At that time, we only knew of rolling dogs, rolls called off-the-chain matches. When I moved back to Ohio in '85, it was there when I found out who Atlas and James Edwards were to the game. The dogs like Tiger, Smeller, Red Lady, Dusty, Snooty were very well known. AK was just starting to get some good dogs from the South. And being the new kid, they didn't respect me very much. I didn't know anything about conditioning and weight. But we matched a dog named Judo, Snooty Molly B at 39. Our first lesson in loss to a dog that was in shape. That's all. Ohio Cavs, Buckeye Man, and Butch filled us in on a lot of things that we came back at 35 and won 2 over some fine dogs before Judo was stolen. Ohio Cavs took us to Detroit, where I met Roadblock and the Abrahams. What I saw that night out of Radar and Martell was a classic match. Not just the dogs, but the handlers were great. Mr. T, Lynn, Davey Bishop taught us a lot during that time. BLB Kennels was a group of guys who matched dogs we acquired right into competition. Dogs like Grand Champion Satan, Champion Bruno, Champion Red, Champion BJ, Champion Charlie, and several 2- and 1-time winners put us right into top competition rankings and made us a lot of money. We ran out of combat stock, and that had set us back some years. We are back with some dogs that are just as good as or better. Our knowledge has been a main point of appreciation for those newcomers we have tried to help out. Our lines are champion producing stock that has given what we feel is what you must have to stay in top competition with the winning record. Thanks to Antonio. We welcome any breeder or dog man who want us to help take him and his dogs where they can't go alone. With or against the odds, we are here. Any dog that we condition, we bet on the conditioning first, then the dog. Our 80% winning is due to our conditioning program that we've learned from the best. Their points and views meant a lot. Some were cheap and some expensive. That's what it takes. We always believe that breeding champion traits into your yard gives you a better chance to beat good ones. Percentage of Sporting Dog Journal champions is high on this fact. Okay, that's the part I just got done reading there, fellas. Now, over here, okay, this over here on this side here, these are the dogs. Little Grand Champion Satan, 5-time winner at 48, who won over some highly touted dogs from several different sections of the country. We got Little Wayne Scantless, that was in 51 minutes. Roster Man's Hemlock at 31 minutes. True Colors Alabama in 34 minutes. Kenny Allen in the A-Teams, Jim Bean in 2 hours and 5 minutes. And the Abrahams Jack in 46 minutes. Okay, that was Grand Champion Satan, Sporting Dog Journal champion. Like I said, every one of his matches was ones. And we all familiar with those kennels. Like, keep in mind, all of this is all coming out of Akron. Champion Charlie, 4-time winner at 41. And a son of a Grand Champion Satan's littermate sister Kizzy. Bred to a littermate to Cool Buck, Champion Cool Buck. An inbreed Champion Jeep breeding. Won all in over 1 hour and 2 hours. Between 1 hour and 2 hours. That was Charlie. That was the same Charlie that was supposed to be going into Tyrone. Champion BJ, a 3-time winner at 42. A littermate to Champion Charlie. Won his at 32, an hour and 47, and an hour and 49. Okay? Then we got Lester, a 2-time winner, littermate to BJ and Charlie. And then you got Soldier, a 2-time winner at 54, son of a Grand Champion Satan and Grand Champion Sable. Won over an hour, both times out. And then we have Baron. Baron, a 1-time winner, littermate to Soldier. Yeah, see, there's too much y'all didn't know about that Satan shit. Chester, he quit winning at an hour. He was a very young dog. He was also a littermate. Kizzy lost to Storm champion. It was actually Kizzy lost to Champion Stormy game at an hour and 47 minutes. And that's the mother to Charlie, BJ, and Lester. And also the littermate to Timex, who was the littermate to, all of them was littermate to Grand Champion Satan. Those are the 3 dogs that used to be in the cage together. Now look at the dogs that we was able to do with those dogs, and look at the run that we had. That experience right there in itself taught me a lot. That's how I could ride and talk shit about what the fast lane is to me. And where I got it from. And that's a line of dogs right there. And then stop there because we added some Maytooth to that shit, and that's where you got the 2-time winner, George. This is this from 95. here's a little information that I even try to give you guys now. And I'll be talking about the way, even back then, I was giving out good help with the Ivermac, the worms, you know, passing out. Now, keep in mind, y'all, this was a website. This page is printed off our website. And in that website, I had the pedigrees of the dogs, pictures of them, and all that. But I was explaining to the young doggers, and this would probably be good information to y'all, because I'm going to sit back and let it sit here for a minute, give y'all a chance to go over and read it. I can get it up high enough. And you'll see some good information there. Hold on, guys. That's close. Yeah, take a quick read down through there. There's a lot of good information in there. But even then, I was, you know, never shut away from the public, but, you know, sharing and understanding the game. And this was long before I even got down onto the yard, the big yard in the South. Things that I was doing and the way I started growing from just being around those guys on the yard, those big kennels. Yeah, Florida was we was on crunk then. And it says afterwards, it says, never guess with worms when your dog is put in condition. Always take a sample to your vet to be tested. Always give your dog at least a month rest after treatment. This will give your dog time to fully recover. You must keep your dog's area clean during the treatment to prevent refestation. A dog with worms can't hold good air and will become weak. That's what the afterwards say. So even back then, you know, again, it's called Going Hard the Yard. That was the website. And y'all probably would have enjoyed it back then. You wouldn't have seen no brat. You wouldn't have seen Brad in them, that's for sure. Brat and them came a little right after that. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me do that one. Okay, guys, here we go. Another article was on the website. Ingredients of the Going Hard strain. Grand champion, champion, registered married. You see that list of dogs there. But I'm going to read what the article actually says. This is from T.O. These are his words. The bloodline is only good as its foundation. The more consistent the bloodline, the more consistent the wind. Okay. If I can get this in here. Says, okay, this is to Ben, the guy to be in the room, ain't it? Yeah, DB3. Hey, what's up? What's up, Going Hard, Butch? I've been trying to put this stuff together for you. It takes a lot of time to put the books together because of all the copies you have to make. Now down to the dogs. Grand Champion Mayday to me was a very important breeding for what Going Hard is trying to accomplish. Our breeding with Amber to Grand Champion Ace was the beginning of a good line. Red is everything you should have been expecting when you made this breeding. Some biting game shit that will finally have her debut. She is definitely old enough and ready. When we bred Red in Grand Champion Mayday, the puppies are doing things older dogs do, even though I lost 2 that look just like their sire. What I have left is what makes up the loss. Never replace it. The Mayday breeding is a line that is working very well outside of Mayday. Then it says, look at page 1, look at page 2, study it good. Page 4 shows how the AM red dog is bred. Type Bolio Bulldog, Dolly RM is bred to yellow, hard-biting gameness. Yellow John Jocko bred, Mayday Choice, and Dragon Lady is the results. I feel I just tightened up the line of Yellow John and Ace line for possible stud or brood stock with match dog ability, stamina, and gameness. Page 3 is a breeding that I feel is the next best thing to breed to Red. Study the dog and compare it to Mayday. It says compare it to Mayday. Let's see where that page is. Before I go too much further than that, guys, here go page 3. Okay, you see there's page 3 at the top. This is out of the journal. If you notice, look who I'm talking about. It says this is the breed I want with Red Ace. That is the yellow buck Miss Nico breeding right there. Okay? I just wanted to show y'all that right quick. I said page 3. Okay. So now y'all know page 3 is talking about the Stone City stuff. Page 3, okay. Now, what I see is when you take these pups and breed them together, or even the males to Red, study this hard, and you'll see what I see. All around producing champion quality, great bred match dogs with the ability to produce their line's accomplishments. Okay. I have done a lot of research, and I have just took your thinking and put it in effect at another level. The Pedigree dogs are the key to me and the more consistent producers of Grand Champion all win. Just look at the Boyles dogs. Just look at the Boyles dogs. Grand Champion Andy Cat, Grand Champion Buck, Grand Champion Queen of Hearts, and many more. The right touch is what I see in this line. I'm stronger on the Champion Yellow line because Champion Yellow RM was bred just like Grand Champion Buck to win and produce. When I look at Amber's breeding, page 5, which y'all know Amber's breeding, she was bred to be game. And that she was, just like Champion Yellow John, RM, being bred to Champion Jocko line, added the ability in the mouth. That winning ingredient that made Grand Champion Yellow famous. Dolly RM is like Amber, just a better line of producers. Study her breeding. I mean, look what they did with what they had to get. Oh, look what they did to have to get to get that. Okay. Compared to Amber's breeding, the right ingredient is what's working now. Know it and see it. Now add Grand Champion Yellow to Dolly. And what do you do? And what do you get? Grand Champion Mayday and Dolly. Study what I'm saying. Now keep in mind, y'all, prior to this time right here, I haven't bred to Victor. I haven't bred to Mayday. And as you see over in the corner, look at my kennels that I want to do. This is the line that you see. This is the sample. See, this is me. And we doing Satan and all them, but look at the dogs. We have not done none of the Mayday Stone City shit yet. This is 95. But look at the kennels that I'm reaching for. And many more of your more popular kennels that are winning with the type of program and also have a successful breeding program. Yep, and believe me, every single one of these kennels, I had something out of them, even Wildside. Because Too Sweet, the one that lost the lock and load, he had Wildside in him. Bred into, his father was Champion Outlaw, son of a Yellow. So you see, did you see my frame of mind when what I was thinking? You know what I'm saying? This is early in the game. All right? Let me go on one more. All unproduced grand champions that can reproduce themselves. You'll see the same thing when you look at Champion Yellow. When you look at Champion Yellow Buck and study the breed. Ace being bred to Yellow Buck will set up what I studied and worked hard for. These pups, when you put it down off of Champion Yellow John, and Grand Champion Ace bred to Grand Champion Mayday, Champion Yellow John Ace bred to Grand Champion Yellow Buck, and you'll see I'll mate red and all around between these two breedings. All I need is 3. And with her talent and her breeding, speaks of everything that I've been saying, gives her a great chance to become a champion herself. This all gives us a better chance to accomplish what we are trying to do without a lot of guessing. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. I'm just taking all the steps one step at a time. Taking the best ones, breeding them to the best of these breeds will prove we are on the right track. Give me another 3 years and it will all come about. Growing Hard Kennels will be on the map and very strong. So hurry and move to the country where you can become famous. Feel me, partner? You better keep your eye on Grand Champion Satan in the Grand Champion Sable breeding. Okay, keep your eye on it on Grand Champion Satan, Grand Champion Sable breeding. Growing Hard Boomer is a very good prospect. When you look at his breeding, you will see that Paul is on to something that is working. He has been consistent in his wins and in his breeding program. I will be getting a male and a female from his upcoming breeding with Roblox Grand Champion Joey. Through the coming years, I hope that I can bring this line together with the program that we are doing with Red Ace. I feel strong about Reva being a producer. I think with the right ingredient to her, all she needs is 2 more. And really got some great prospects online now. Well, Butch, I hope this has been some good reading, and I hope you study what I've said. Until we meet side by side, don't forget to always scratch the win. Again, this is 95. I haven't changed much, have I? You see what I'm saying? And that's me. And remember, y'all seeing the young me before all this stuff blew up. You know what I mean? I'm about ready to pull up my shit and just to go down there through it and show you. We know y'all didn't seen it before, but it just seemed like the proper way to end that conversation, showing that damn twin. He said he set it in motion and did it. And you see me sitting on the show doing the same thing with y'all, not changing nothing that I said back in 95. Nothing I planned on doing. Y'all know the proof. Y'all know that it was done. And you see, and you know the outcome and the after effects. I just wanted to show you, it's a deeper of the young me. 95 now. I said 3 years. By 96, I got Mayday puppies on the yard. And what happened by 99? Do you want me to show y'all some shit right quick? I've been there before, but maybe I need to it would just only be fair. After hearing all that shit that I was just saying, it would only be fair for me to do that. Give me a second here. Let me do it. Yeah, I just wanted to show you when I was a young buck and talking about taking them puppies and doing all the right shit. Don't mess up nothing. They ain't trying to mess up nothing. Okay, we're gonna do a quick through though. Now, 20-some years later, this is what we playing with now. We know that's the beginning when it was only a thought. When it was only a thought. Still using scratch to win. Brothers never changed. I'm just gonna go down through them. There's all whim. Sorry about that. I hope y'all can see that. Okay, you see those? Okay, I'm just trying to slide down through here. That's what a day. Keep it in mind, y'all. That's two for baby, right? How's she bred? Part of that story trying to come true. Sticking to the plan. Started way back here. What I said started way back here. And that's not the brat. That's brat's legitimate brother. That's his daughter. She produced a lot of them. You see who she produced. Y'all seen these boys right here. It was taking, and that's not even my breed. Those is, again, the line, being able to take care of itself. What do you see? You see Brat Maytu going into hardcore stuff. And then if you look, again, some of our stuff, but you got this going in the wacko, and that's right, champion skins. Now keep in mind, y'all, if you want to add numbers and people together, you remember them dogs, BJ, Charlie, and all them, with skins, and these dogs right here would fall right there on that list. Because these guys right here are the same guys who was out there taking these dogs and carried on the torch. They wasn't talking dogs, they was matching dogs. Still looking no different than my proteges. When you start putting they shit on top of my shit, I'm looking like they shit. Getting the results. Regardless of who's doing it, they doing it with my shit. Setting the pattern. You see it? Made to his mama. Very same old shit that created baby in them if you look at it. There goes Sarah Kell. Sarah Kell likes it to some Mayday stuff. Then if you look at the Otter Sassy, only difference, we got Bruiser, they got Tramp. How can you not go wrong when this is not no hard science class? We're sitting here breeding this shit. And it's being used. But you've seen other dogs on the yard bred just like this. Watch how they breeding them. Watch how they breeding them. Look at everything that worked and look how it's being bred. You see it, 357, Mayday, Stone City. Put all that shit together like that good pie, baby. I'm telling you, it's gonna work. I'm just showing you. Tell me May 2 wasn't a key factor. Okay? Champion Bandit. Still, here you go again. Look how they breeding it. Now you got May 2 going into some Luke Kane with some Red Boy, more hardcore stuff. More hardcore stuff. Now they mixing it with the Gaston. Still that buck shit. Is it gonna work? Ask Bandit. Another common factor. That goddamn going hard shit. May 2. Another one, Jimmy. There's mate 2 again. Look at the bottom. That's damn near all Mayday, right? That's all going hard. All the way down when you see Fatty Girl, you know, she used to be one, but you know, that's family anyway, so yeah, we all that. Look how they're breeding it though. You see how it's happening? This is the results. Again. Guys are staying in the box. Remember, these are breedings that these guys are breeding and raising, and they're doing this stuff because the puppies are worth keeping. When you can keep them like that and you feel for them like that, all it takes is one. Yeah, where I see Cool Buck at? I know he over there somewhere. Yeah, there go that Louisiana Combine Cool Buck Jr. And that champion boss man, he was a one-time winner, not a two-time winner. Cause I remember we did boss man. There go baby's little mate brother right there. First up, City Mayday cross. It wasn't straight out of Mayday, but look, there's a son of Mayday right there. And they go the son of growing a yellow buck. I might not have got red ace in that breeding, but I sure got it there. I did it. I sure got it. I didn't get the dog I wanted. It would have been red ace. It would have been her. That's close enough. Got her to go back up in there. Had the dog, came back to Puerto Rico with that. And those are the results. Remember now, that's a two-time winner on registered merit right there. Another good one. Still, what am I using? Hardcore, Stone City, and Mayday. This time I'm going messing with Twisted. You already know I'm going to mess with Twisted. A champion, daddy to Max, daddy to all this stuff. Look at the female. Going hard Naya. Where she come from? Prosat. There's the formula. Like I said in there a whole year before all this came together. I'd already done my homework. And you can tell my homework is definitely not putting the papers together, but matching dogs. These guys was able to match these dogs. They go Yellow Nico. Look how it's bred. Look how they doing it. Another one. Look how we doing it. Yeah, he's definitely one of the gamest motherfuckers. Yeah, out of the whole yard, he's about the gamest one out of all of them. That dog right there, y'all, with all odds against him, whether he was sick or 7 pounds up here, you was not stopping him. That's 100% bulldog. Done right, he won 2. Done wrong, shouldn't have never had those laws. Shouldn't have never been done. But even still, he was a hell of a dog. But look how he's bred, and look how we were breeding. They go to Windy City. Remember that list? I said Windy City on there, right? There go Windy City. At the time that we bred Pretty Mama, The Beetlejuice, Windy City had Beetlejuice. Another one. That's that sassy girl. Bred to those Burns hot dog. Look, they crossed this with the Arkansas, Louisiana Combine. Two-time winner, Mr. Bad. Mayhem and them boys. Cross with that going hard stuff. There go Blue. They created the Cool Buck, then off of Fatty Girl, the Cool Buck stuff created the Screaming Demons. Yeah, these boys right here, they knew what they was doing. Game Bill founded, it's still Game Bill, FTWKD, all them, all the same people. Same people. Even crossed with some Walk'em. Even crossed it up with some Walk'em. And if you know, the little Sassy girl is off of Walk'em, Little John and Sassy. So you see, Sassy was bred to a lot of champions. You're going to see champions of Cock Diesel. You're going to see them all. Another good one. Got taken in a raid. Two-time winner. They go Judo. Keep on going, y'all. We've been through this one. Yeah, there it goes. Snooty Molly B. Snooty Molly B. I used to have a picture of him. He was an ugly dog. He was a little brindle dog, but he was definitely a good one. Look at that big head boy there. He was a big boy, too. Same breeding as Roger Ramjet and Pharaoh. Oh, that's one litter. His brother Pharaoh and Roger Ramjet got taken. Another game dog. Loser, but look. 38 special, that's a whole lot of May 2. What did they do? They crossed it with some of that 357 Mayday. Still trying to throw that Stone City cross up in there. There go my wild side. That's the dog that lost to Lock and Load. The guy who was bred. Yeah, that was another one on my bucket list. Yep. And that's a going hard dog. If y'all had noticed in some of those breedings early up there at the top, you would have seen China Red up in Bandit and Wiggles in them papers. Okay, this one here is the key to this one is right here. Jefferson's Bucko. That's Baby and Buck Roger and them Little May brothers. Those are Carolina dogs. Always had good dogs. Remember y'all seen me talking about Sheriff Powell and Levi and Mr. Triplett. Y'all remember I talked about Mr. Triplett. That one of them resorts. Another one. This one came from James Edwards. Remember I told you about Powell and that lightning shit? You see what I'm saying? This is Carolina dog right here, though. Yeah, I had one of those. One time when a little red bitch, James Edwards cut her ear for me. Beautiful cut, too. And she had a big ass head, just like them Eli dogs. She had a mouth, too. That's the one I told you that fell off the steps and hung herself. There go Bruiser. Always had great dogs, y'all. I mean, I even got better once I had these dogs and got down listening to Pope. You know, I knew the right way to go was the right way to stay. The way I heard it, you know, because he was so excited with the dogs that I was showing him. He taught me the right way and the way to keep it this way. And I was able to do that with every dog that I was able to do after that was based on what he taught me about how to read these papers and how to make these dogs work for you. Crybaby. Going hard, dog. And we talked about this one right here. Eli stuff. Eli Rascal. There goes Shirley right there. Same Shirley that produced Black Dad's grandma. It's the dog we got for Millbuster. Even back then, look at it. Even back then, that's the dog that beat the Legion of Doom. We want to beat the Legion of Doom and we want Best in Show. Hell of a dog.
Got stolen.
Got stolen. He the one that got stolen with judo. There's Joe Frazier, another going hard bred dog. One-time winner, and it was a one-time Best in Show. He beat the Latino family with the Latin boys, And he's really a two-time winner. But again, see, that Satan shit bred into this shit. Still doing the stuff that self was gonna do. Yeah, you see that Maytu again. There go another sassy girl dog. Here go a dog that they bred. Red man too, don't even know the name, don't even know the bottom. Just know he was a one-time winner. He had a brother too. His name was Scarback. I think he on here. Yeah, he had a little mate brother was pretty nice. But look, that's Red Man being bred. That's Sassy being bred to Cock Diesel. Again, Mayday hardcore shit. Mayday hardcore Stone City. Right there. Mayday hardcore Stone City is what Red Man was. There go another dog off of Reno and Sassy. I don't know what Hot Dog produced, but I can tell you Sassy was throwing them. That same dog, Buck Rogers, right? You know what I'm saying? Baby, Red Man, all them dogs was off of her. There's Red Man right there. That's Red Man. There you go, all of them right there. Go even find your buck down there at the bottom through that hook of red. And that's all of them. Yeah, that pain's nasty. Some buck stuff, crossed with yellow. But look at the breeding program. I ain't diving all over the place. I'm sticking to everything I said in the beginning. Just got to stick to it. See, if you notice, every time that they cross, some of that Mayday in Stone City, and add some Red Boy to it, they're going to get match dogs. Still see these old red-nosed dogs. Notice there are a whole bunch of red noses coming out of this shit. Another good dog. Cross with Virgil shit now. Again, off of that Sassy girl. Same mama the baby and all them. Red Man, that's the mama of all those dogs right there at the bottom there. Yellow Nico again. See how they breed? You see the winners? Again, there goes Sassy Girl off of Nico Jr. Now you got this one, Pit Island in it. You don't see no thug and none of that in this one. Still red-nosed dog. See that McSassy coming off of Kike Diesel. Red to May too. There's another one. Again, some more Mayday. There go May 2. Right to that inbred gator stuff. Back onto some Stone City and hardcore. Gonna get them results. There go another. Look at the top. Now they're crossing it into some more Patrick. Yeah, that is Stallone. There's another one. Remember what I told you who Bucko was? There go Little Buck. There go Sassy Girl. What breeding is that? That's the breeding that created Baby, Buck Rogers, and there's Bucko. Double Red Bucko. I mean, they don't even know it enough to change the name to Going Hard. They have no idea. They just taking the poor dog, breeding the hell out of him. That's just showing you. Don't even got to know where it come from. They reading that shit off the pedigree. It's pedigree papers. Remember, we seen him earlier on another winner, crossing in with that West Penn up there. They're gonna make two men cross in there with that Stone City back in that 338 special. Crossing more of that macho buck. Now they breeding them where? Into some gardener shit. Still getting winners. There's a loser right there. Look how it's bred. Nasty Nick. Twisted the sassy girl. Bottom. Down there, call that a going hard dog, right? Ain't ashamed to put the winners up, and not ashamed to put the losers up. These are all the dogs that was matched, win or lose. That's old Dusty. That's Pope, dog. There she go. See that? One time winner, one time loser. See the mama there? That's Shirley. Old Blackjack and them shit. Long before Blackjack was even thought about. This is some of James Pope shit here. As a matter of fact, James Pope produced that dog. She lost in 2 hours and 5 minutes. And had little mate brothers that were been matched too. More of that 38 special stuff. They was trying to get it in. It was hunting now. They just breeding the hell out of they going hard shit though. They made 2 dogs. You see that? Again, beating the hell out of him. They had it. But at least they winning. See, did they both win or lose one? Yep, both of them. They go Blackjack. And we seen him earlier. Another dog. They go Bucko. Louisiana. And they go LA Combine again. See that? That Louisiana dog is a Bucko dog. She's off of Bucko. See, there she is right here. Yep, same dog. There's the shit. That's that hard biting killer I was telling y'all about. Yeah, they made her a one-time winner. All of a sudden, she ended up dying. Well, that's what the story was. But you know, and the truth of the matter is, guys in the Virgin Islands said she was the baddest thing to ever touch the islands. And she was throwing some great dogs, and they never said or out loud, but the only dog that could have ever been that dog that was doing that, and they said it was a going hard dog, it would have been her. Especially coming on the people who had her at the time that she so-called died. She was a good one, but look at her breeding. My motivation Look at that going hard shit going into some fat bill shit working. And it got some Walk-em-all. Coming by who? Sassy Girl too. That's Baby and them. Look, they using the paper name. That's Baby and them mother. Then we got her breeding down. That's off of Little Mayday. And Yellow Apache. See the names they're using? But we seen him in another pedigree. So you see, these are other people using these same line of dogs. It's not me. So the special was a good dog. That's why you see a lot of dogs off of him. There go Red Ace. Bad day to have a bad day, but I still say I was bad as bitch run. Bitch deal with this shit. Me. Yes, sir. It was unfortunate that night, but I can tell you that is the foundation between her and that dog right here. It's the foundation of the killers that came above that shit after this breeding here. Straight killers. There go Champion Bullet. I know y'all wondering. Don't worry. You just watch this part down here. That's going hard down there. Go Champion Gus. Go Sassy Girl 2 again. There go Baby. That's the 3 hour and 50, that's the 3 hour 17-minute dog. Made it half brother. That's right. I had his half brother. Took him 3 hours 17 minutes into that gator dog. The same gator dog and Little May sister produced 2 grand champions. And bred the mate to produce Evo, the daughter that produced Carnivore and Brick. Look at that old Toro stuff again. See that Miss Snake? You'll see her again. Old Bucko. This is old Bucko line. He was doing some shit with old Bucko. Here you go, Miss Snake. See Miss Snake? She was litter mates to Elrod and Yellowbird. They go old tail rope. There go Brick. There's the gator dog right there. This dog right here is the dog that her little mate brother, the one we went 3 hours and 17 minutes with. That dog right there produced 2 grand champions for the Yankee boys. This little female right here. So you can imagine how good she was. Imagine how good that dog was. Hmm? Well, what you talking about? No, wait, no. The point not her. It's gonna get the evil as far as you don't want to pop up? Okay. Know how to take it off. That was all of them. Now look, that's what we came up with. I don't know about y'all. But me myself, I think everybody involved. Because without them, it would have never happened. They was able to take the foundation and do something with it. That's it. You see what I'm saying? Raising puppies. If everybody was on the same program, everything starts off with that litter of puppies. Everything. It just, you got to get over that, me personally, I think if it don't be for me keeping it on that point right there, on how we dealt with the puppies, I knew what I wanted. Y'all seen it before it ever happened. You hear me talking about it. You hear me writing about it. Then you see it coming together. And then we just went over the results. So, and what did I say last week? I said, I know something that for this to work, I had to really do what everybody else was doing. That was matching dogs. And I laid on that to every guy. Any guy that got a going hard dog will tell you. That is a motto. If it ain't going hard in the box, then there ain't no going hard dog. Because you have to match the dogs to get what you want. And you see, those ain't all my dogs. And to be able to get out there and show the numbers of the dogs that did get out there, again, y'all saw the winners and the losers. 7 of those dogs, again, was picked up, game dogs. Out of 14, 7 of those losses were game dogs, were game losses. That means you got 7 dogs that literally all out right quick. And 40 of those wins was mine. You know what I'm saying? 40 out of 117 though. You only got, you using 14. I mean, I never said that I'm anything like my peoples, but I can say one damn thing. I was able to take their shit and do exactly what they was doing. And that was to have a chance to have a line of dogs that I could win with and those who got them could win with. And what better pleasure do I need when I got that out the deal? So I think it took the right people to have them to make that move on. Thank God the right people had them. It's something to talk about and it's part of history. I don't need to take their shine as they put the shine on me. I gave them a shine to put a light on and they put a light on it like I did. And so, that's part of my history. So that's going to be part of their history. So don't nobody remember them. They will remember them from this show and they'll remember their dogs on this show and they'll remember because of what? That they got going hard dogs in them. And it all started off with puppies. puppies. What are you feeding? What are your standards? You'll notice the breedings, but look at the breedings and how we're making those breedings. I said, look at the kennels that I picked. Hardcore has a winning percentage that's beyond, Stone City, I'm using the right people. I'm using Victor. I'm sitting there with Mayday at the peak of, what made them dog great. I'm sitting right there in their backyard. Remember, each one of them, I'm sitting in Process yard. I'm sitting in Big Mike in them yard. I'm sitting over there in Victor's yard. I'm just leaving the Abrahams and McNasty and Eminem and Mama up in Ohio. You see my story? So there's no other way I can come out this fucked up. The only way I would have to be hard-headed and stupid and blind. And I can tell you, we all started with puppies. You know what I'm saying? And we all started with the mentality of dog fighting. These dogs wouldn't even be worth putting on the screen if they wasn't fighting dogs. So, I don't know how many people who haven't seen that before, but what the point was in it was I showed y'all a game plan before it ever happened. Remember that motivation, that formula, that time I put in the studying and really putting it to the test. If I'm going to do this, give me 3 years. Gave them 3 years, and this is where I'm at today. I just thought it was important for me to show you guys that, hey, look how many years ago that was. I was talking about breeding red ace to yellow buck. Look how long ago that was. So, yeah, we made the mated breeding, but prior to that, you notice, in one of them, I hadn't even made the mated breeding. I was talking about mated because I just saw him. I just saw him. So at the time, I only had red ace and amber on the yard. Yeah, we had Boomer. Remember Boomer? But we had some good dogs on the yard. But then we had Satan in them. We was running around. We was having a ball. I'm telling you. Great kennels, great shows, great matches. Y'all seeing the making of the kennel, back then. I'm trying to put all this stuff in a book. How we grew to this. Because I think it's a good book for any young dog, man. Even if you're not doing the game, it's something good to have. Not only because it's coming from this part of me, but because the whole story makes sense. Everything that I did, I said, the people I met, everything that I reached out to do with the right people, the right dogs. I don't have to sit here and be something that I'm not. That's for damn sure. But I definitely put my work in. That's the most important part. I stayed true to myself and I put the work in. Win or lose. So treat your puppies like puppies. Don't make your puppy a man. Because even an older man, you can be a strong young man, and that you're going to have to deal with that old man's strength and get you killed. So keep a child in his place and let a man be a man. Same thing I said about the puppies. There's a lot of young men around here can beat up us old men. Then there's a lot of us old men that can beat up a young man because of that old man's strength. you know. But, you know, might not go the distance, but we don't have to go. We can go the time, you know. And that's how you got to treat your yard. Believe in what you're using and stop going all over the damn place, searching for nothing. You know, the best way to get it is to see it. If you ain't seen it, somebody know where it's at. And that was the key to us. We were just fortunate to be involved. And I wouldn't say fortunate. I made myself available to be around some of the greatest kennels when that door got opened up to me. And I wanted it that bad. Well, I got in and let them teach me and show me what they was doing. I made the decision between me and my kennel partner and my brother. We made it happen. You know, and I just think today was a good day because of what we did last week. You know, I did all that stuff last week showing y'all there was a formula. There was a formula. Y'all seeing the formula? But today, I did the same thing with y'all with my shit. And then watch everybody like I was Diabo and watch all the people who was with day winners taking my shit doing like I was Earl Tudor them. You know what I mean? They was taking my shit and making their champions and grand champions and registered merits. Like I'm Diabo and they building off of what they was doing or what I had, you know? And that's what I was trying to point out. Everything came with a formula. If you notice the way they were breeding and which ones was working and which ones stood out. The ones that stood out was meant to stand out because look how they were bred. History says if you do this and you do that and you do this and go, even though the names has changed, the blood ain't changed, just keep seeing these familiar dogs. Just make sure you got the right dog to do it with. Moving forward. You know what I'm saying? It's short night tonight, Mike. I'm definitely done. Okay.
All right, fellas, you know it's Friday night, damn it. I did this show. I need y'all. You're making a damn mess of my shit. Yeah, you did. All right, fellas, look. You gotta go do something right quick. But look here, y'all. I mean, point of the show was, you know, everything started at the most important thing to us any damn way. We had a plan. And that's why I wanted him to bring that paperwork up. That's why I wanted to don't wait to do another show, because based off of what you just got done doing on the last two shows, we need to bring it all together. Because, again, the purpose of the show tonight was, you know, it all started with the puppies. You know, even though we had judos, remember, all them dogs was young dogs coming up out of Carolina. You all noticed, them dogs grew up. And the things that we did with them dogs when we didn't know nothing. So we know we had good dogs, but we raised them to an age to where we got a chance to see what those dogs could do. And that's not knowing nothing. Do you see how things change when we learn what to do? See, way back then, remember we started way back in what? 82. By 1990, we was back in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? And if you follow the years, when he made that comment, I think he made that comment in 95 about just what you was gonna do. What was that comment?
Yeah, 95. We didn't have nobody, but Amber and Red X.
Right. 95, and he said 3 years later, everything gonna be working out just fine. Remember that we were still in Ohio. Remember, our things really changed when we got here to Florida. When we got here to Florida, not only did we have a plan, but we had a yard. And when I say we had a yard, 5.5 acres full of yard. Now imagine coming down to a new spot and you got to fill up that yard. Yeah, 3 years. Oh yeah.
Lost a wife. I sure gained a damn yard.
You know what I mean? And look at all the dogs, from the dogs that got stolen, all the bad. See, we tell y'all everything. We don't just show you all the good shit. We add the bad shit too. Like the 2 losses of Roger Ramjet. No way in the hell that dog should have had 2 losses. No way in the hell. But when you do dumb shit, those are the things that's gonna happen. And we own them.
We own them. We tell you.
We gotta own them. Same thing with judo. Didn't know no better. Dog should have never had a loss. But you got to take the good with the bad. And those are the things, if we don't tell y'all about them, you know what I mean? Y'all be making the same damn mistakes. So that's why we try to tell you everything. Take the good with the bad and don't do the things that we did bad. Try to take and use the good that worked for us and see how it's going to fit for your program. And we don't tell everybody, don't go out and be no dog fighter. This is not what this is all about. This is all about our history, our past. And if you see something in our past that will work for you, if being that you have these dogs and you out here doing these breedings, showing off these papers, okay, at least we trying to show you that, hey, if you got a plan, and you stick to that plan, and you do your research and willing to put in the work and be motivated to succeed, remember everything, what we're saying, it takes a lot. Understanding the traits, understanding the paper, understanding the dog. I mean, look at all the homework that was involved in that. But what we got in our favor is we talked about it before we did it. We lived long enough to be able to look back and see what it done. And tell you all the bumps and the bruises. Introduce you to all the people who made it happen. It's a whole life of bulldogging right there. And to us, that's our past. But again, the purpose of this show, this whole podcast, was to share that, because somewhere out there, the same way we was doing it back then with the website, doing a little, having a website with the yard and all that other stuff that we, Mo was giving up, the same thing he was giving up on a podcast. There wasn't no podcast back then. Back then, we had the website. Yeah, and everybody was going to the website. The website disappeared just the minute the raid happened. Took it all down. Remember, he said we went straight black ops. Shut everything down, shut off all communications, and dealt with the situation the way it was. Don't need to bring other people into some shit that we need to handle. That's how that went down, and that's why it all disappeared. But it wasn't like didn't nobody know. Thing is, when you create a past, it is what it is. It's nothing you can go back there and change. But if you can help somebody moving forward, and especially in the world that we got today, I hate to see you guys out there getting in these situations and going to spend the money on a damn lawyer, and knowing based on our experience, and we just telling y'all, they don't help you because what they gonna say? I mean, that's what I found, and Mo would tell you. And I mean, I think I heard somebody else speak on. I can't think if it was Triple J. I heard PBK speak on it. I mean, but the thing, when these lawyers can't help you, man, if they don't know how to help you, it's important that you understand and know the law yourself. where you can help your lawyer help you. See, our situation was so bad after 6 lawyers, you can't it wasn't no need to convince us about a lawyer being able to do a damn thing. And you looking at 30 years? No, we might as well just do this and take the chance. Because
don't forget, I went to trial.
Remember, this wasn't no plea bargain. This was a trial. So if anybody knows what it means to take that risk and to take that chance and understand, you got to know the law to make the law work for you instead of having somebody else trying to defend you. When you know the law and you know your dogs and you know what you was doing, hell, take the risk, put that money back in your pocket, and get out there and put in the work and save yourself, because you got a better chance of winning because you know what you're doing compared to trying to tell somebody else who still don't know.
They don't be knowing.
And they don't be knowing. And 9 times out of 10, they think they know everything, and the first thing they're going to tell you is take the deal.
Like they were trying to tell
Like they were trying to tell him. And what the deal was?
20.
His deal from 30 was 20. Come on, man.
Don't take the 20, I'm going to trial.
Or don't take the 20, you're going to trial. Well, we'll see at the box. And still got 2 for some damn steroids and baiting in a joint, a bag of weed. But can't cry about spilt milk, man. The thing is, to see you guys going through that stuff today and the things that you got to deal with, and you ain't doing nowhere near what we was doing back in our past. It's important that you understand this is a whole new breed of dogs you're dealing with that's different than any kind of animal you got out there. And just because you have them, you're going to be labeled, and you have to protect yourself. And to protect yourself, understand the law.
One thing you can do is have them come up on your yard with some scarred up puppies.
Yeah. Thing is, we always going to tell you, protect yourself, protect your dogs, and it always start with your puppies. Remember, everything starts with the puppies, and the puppies have to grow up. And it's important that you do all the right things. Now, we're covering the law section because this is me telling y'all. Because of the things that I see and the things that I hear, and I hear, people screaming and hollering about people ain't even doing that, and they're still getting messed up because of what people out here doing. Man, dog fighting been around since long way before us. And it's been illegal for a damn long time. And I'm pretty sure the same way, like any other underground or cartel or drug dealing or any other kind of activity to go in, prostitution, all this crazy shit that's underground, it's been going on for many, many years, and I don't think it's ever going to stop. But I'm not trying to tell you to go underground. What I'm trying to tell you is how to protect yourself and how to put into the work if you're going to have the dogs, and know what you're going to do with your dogs and be right and put in the work and do right by the dogs. And it all start with them puppies. We don't need scarred up dogs on the yard. We don't need shit still in the yard. We don't need, people are able to walk on your yard and you ain't got no cameras to defend yourself. Talk all that shit you want, but when they come down and they hit you upside the damn head, it's you against them, and they got a whole lot to come at you with when they the government. You just got to have the right shit in the right place to be able to defend yourself. And that's what they don't expect you to do. They want you to take the plea. They want you to be guilty of giving away your dogs because they did their job. They're going to take your dogs and then give you time, or take your dogs until you can't have no more dogs. I mean, come on. If you really want to kill a breed, and that's all you got to do, and ain't nobody going to fight for them, get out of the dogs now. Save yourself the headaches and all that trouble because you ain't willing to put in the work. Sell the dogs to somebody that's going to be worthy of having the dogs, and just walk away from it.
Or get you a bunch of treadmills.
Yeah,
Don't do shit with your dog. and make them look like they got pie in the face when they try to take your
Yeah,
shit. And
just
say because
yeah.
you got a treadmill, or because you got a weight harness, or because you got a breaking stick, that makes you dog fighting activity.
Dog fighting activity.
Take that shit to court and kill my shit. I will definitely give you a whole line of dogs.
Right. And look, man, just look. There's nothing illegal about having a treadmill. There's nothing illegal about having a weight harness. There's nothing illegal about having a breaking stick. Actually, there was nothing illegal about having a journal.
You better be able to explain them heavy ass chains, because I can't afford for this dog to get off the chain.
Yeah, like they had the chain. I seen one of them showing up with this big heavy ass chain. Well, there's a reason for that too. You know what I mean? Because you can't afford the dog to get off the chain, and it's good exercise for the dog. I had a vet look at the dog. The dog is in great shape. Dog is not straining. These dogs get work. This is how they work. Unless you come up with a law and tell me that the chain is supposed to be a certain weight, because you tell me it's supposed to be a certain length, but you didn't tell me it was supposed to be a certain width. I mean, weigh a certain way. Oh, so why does the weight of the chain matter? Shouldn't matter. But if they throw it at you, you gonna let them just get away with that? No. Know the law. No, and stay and work within the law. Protect yourself. You won't have all these problems, but you're gonna have to be willing to put up a fight. And believe me, I ain't seen too many people who got a lawyer who won. But I know one person without a lawyer who won. And that's not my brother sitting right over there. And believe me, we put in some work. We did. And we took that risk. To me, we won. Because 2 is a whole lot better than 30. And the only reason they got the 2 because they didn't get the 30. That's all I'm going to say about that. But about what the conversation was about tonight, and what we was really trying to get you to understand is formula. Remember what he said long before we did it? And this was after the whole judos and all the bloods. He's telling my homeboy, look, this is what we fixing to do. We're gonna make these moves right here. 3 years, you're gonna be proud of what we come up with. Get the yard ready. Well, he was getting the yard ready. We went and got us on our own. We went and got us the yard, just in case. And look how it played out in the end. So don't tell me it can't happen. Because it can, because we did it. So that gives y'all just a quick insight that, hey, when you're talking to somebody who's done it, it's a whole lot easier to understand when you talk about somebody who read about it. That was the point I was trying to get across. Because even though it started with puppies, we still had a plan. We executed the plan. We're motivated to execute the plan and stick with the plan. Remember, as y'all noticed, we wasn't never all over the place. From what we started at, the things that we had on that bucket list, we never really got away from that. We stuck to that all the way down until the time came when they did it and they took them all the way again. But the thing is, it could be done. We just here to try to show you how we did it. Give you the motivation to say, hey, you ain't doing it that way and you're all over the place. Maybe you need to take a little bit of this information and just focus on that one thing and then make sure you see it all the way through. Because a plan ain't shit if you create a plan and you don't stick to it. And pretty much that's why they give us blueprints when we build shit. Because there's a plan there and we're going to stick to the plan. Yeah, we got to tweak the plan every now and then. But the fact is, we don't get away from the whole plan. We stick to the plan. So I guess that's doing business makes us really think like that. So we stick to those guns. So it works in every uh, aspect of life. So for those who don't do it, you need to get a little bit of that in your life because it does work. Get better results when you're sticking to the plan. At least you got to have a plan to even stick to. So that would be the first thing I would do. But hope everybody got something out of this. I hope everybody took all this stuff that we be firing at you and just kind of sit back and just sum it all up, and then take what you feel is going to work for you, and then try to put it to work. One thing we definitely don't do around here is try to be something that we not. We probably pretty much try to bring receipts. I mean, we just ain't talking out the side of our neck. I don't care how people feel about what we say and how we say it. We might be rude about what we say and how we say it, but then again, hey man, been living life long enough to we allowed to, because y'all can listen to other people and a whole bunch of other people's shit. I guarantee you, ain't none of them gonna be able to sit down and do what we just did. I'm just saying. Or who's willing to even try to sit down and do what we just did. Everybody gonna have their excuses why, but something that we don't worry about. We act like we worried. We live by the disclaimer and tell y'all all the time. Live by the disclaimer. All we can tell you about and all we're gonna talk about is our past. And that is what it is. So y'all can take that information and enjoy that information. That's what keeps you coming. That what makes you donate to the channel. Then at least we doing what we feel in our hearts that we trying to give back to the breed itself, to the fraternity. So don't think everybody in the fraternity is fake. Because again, if you live by the law, you play by the rules, and play as a fraternity like we are, because we're giving back like the fraternity gave us. So we ain't hating on nobody. We just doing our part. And that our part is all we worry about. Give two fucks about everybody, what everybody else doing. Give a shout out to all my brothers out there doing their podcasts, doing their shows. Hey, y'all doing what y'all want to do, how you want to do it. Who am I to knock what you're doing? Okay? But from me to you, and you to them, don't hate on me for what I do. I don't think too many of y'all, them can stand in, can do anything close to what we have done. And if they could, they wouldn't be so stingy about sharing it with you or talking about everybody else. They would be able to have something to give you that's going to help you. That's why I like about Samurai, because he's trying to give y'all another way of doing things. But see, again, for do anything, y'all, we still all got to pull together and make things happen. Y'all only do treadmills and things like that, quit being scared. You got to be able to do it. Don't sit back and just be talking about or waiting to see what the next person going to do and all that other shit. Man, I don't know how y'all roll, but we just don't roll like that. I've never been them type of people. This is for entertainment and historical purposes. Take what you want out of it. But again, be safe, be mindful, be motivated, and love your animals first. What more can you ask for? Especially, you can always go out and get a poodle. Not everybody can own an American Pit Bull Terrier. Remember, I started out my conversation today. Maybe these dogs ain't for everybody. There's responsibility to having these dogs. If you can't be responsible and not willing to deal with the responsibility, don't have the dogs. But if you have them, be willing to, you know the law, fight for them like it was your family, raise them like you raise your kids. Why not? You spend money on all of them. You know what I'm saying? But that's all. I'm gonna get over here and take a look at this poll right quick as we shut this down. But before I get away from here, I need everybody who's still out there, give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, give us them damn roses, roses. Hold on. Y'all been slacking on them goddamn roses. Yeah, what's up, man? Look, these last shows been some very good, informative. I mean, we've been actually getting in, trying to actually, especially when I see people going over pedigrees and they looking at pedigrees and you're just looking at pedigrees. Okay. I'm trying to understand that. Not knocking it, but I'm trying to understand it. Because how many times have y'all heard us say this on this show? The pedigrees don't mean shit. The dogs make the pedigree. And that's where we start at. Y'all know we always talk about the dogs. Then we grab the pedigree. Most of the time, the dog already got a history to make you want to pick up and look at the pedigree. Got to be a reason why you want to look at the damn pedigree. Hold on. That's all I'm saying. We ain't going to change that. Keep it like it is. That's what works. I had to show y'all the other night. This shit really does work. All right, Mark. We got 112 in the votes, man. Okay. Poll question tonight was, in the past, many used steroids. Would you breed a grand champion American Pit Bull Terrier who was campaigned on steroids? We had 79% that said yes, 21% that said no.
I'm sorry for y'all 21%. I'm going to tell you, damn near everyone that made it. He made it himself. Yellow himself. All them dogs on roids.
Every damn last one of them.
Yeah. Barracuda, Blue Cane. And look at them. All of them registered married. Haunch. Buck. Everybody on roids.
Everybody.
Roids is not even, I would think, to me, I say roids is not even something to discuss in the dog game. It really is not. Because it's just part of the game. For the people that don't use roids, okay. But the discussion about the people who does shouldn't even be a discussion. It should be no more of a discussion as the people who don't use roids. Don't get mad at me because I'm beating you. If you beat me, you didn't beat me because you wasn't on roids. You beat me because you had a better dog. Roids don't make the dog better than your dog. Dogs got to go in there and kick your dog's ass to be better than your dog, regardless whether he's on it or not. The thing is, for the smart ones who was in that competitive lane, knew if they didn't know how to use them, then you had to have a special dog. You know, just because you're using steroids doesn't make your dog something special. It does give you an advantage. Come on. Common sense, straight up. If it didn't, it wouldn't be illegal in any other sport. So that's common sense. That's even for the naysayers who don't use roids. If roids doesn't make a damn difference in performance, why is it illegal in all the other sports except for dog fighting? Don't take a rocket scientist to understand that part. If you don't use them, it's no problem. But don't go ahead on the people that do. 9 times out of 10, the people who do use them, they're fast laners. They're trying to be in the fast lane. They're trying to compete. They're trying to get in there with the dogs that they compete against. And if they need to bring their odds up and a better chance to get in there to stay with a guy that they know that's got a good ass kennel to probably use them roids, they're gonna come with some roids. try to give themselves a fair chance. Is it unfair to have roids and you come in there with no roids and go against me? It shouldn't make a difference. It's all about the dog. Let the dog answer that question, because whether the dogs is on roids or not, those two dogs are going to answer that question. So you have been on roids that night? Do you think you lost because this dog was just so much stronger than your dog? Maybe you felt like that your dog could have been just as strong if you'd been on roids. And if you ran into that situation before, don't turn around and be a hater because you lost to a guy on roids. And don't be a hater if you lost to a guy who wasn't on roids. The roids is not going to help you win or lose. It's not. The dog is. Remember that.
That's my part. I like this part right here. Hey, fellas, this is the weekend. Look, these last couple of weeks has been the last couple of shows. I don't know if we getting through or not, but I'm hoping we are. Cause for a moment there, we was on a down slope. I mean, when I say a down slope, the motivation was kind of like questionable. Some of them posts, that's one of the reasons why I got away from the damn posts.
We dog puppies and we just don't fit in this shit here, you know.
Yeah, so
it didn't feel right.
Came up with a new plan. You know what I mean? Probably slide it in for those who were really paying attention. And go back and watch the last 3 shows. All of them gonna lead up to tonight. And it actually makes you go back to the one poll that we felt so disgusted about. You know what I mean? And then kind of sum it up because it took a better way of getting a point across. You know? Hopefully, by getting that point across, one thing I want y'all to understand, there's nothing that we have showed you that you can't get out there and see for yourself. What do you think we're giving it? I mean, how you think we're giving it to you? What's in the past, you can't go back there and you might have your opinion on it, but you can't go back there and change it. It is what it is. You know, go in the store, you buy something, you get a receipt. When you open the receipt, you look on the receipt, and you look in your bag, and it all say the same thing. It is what it is. That's what receipts do. Now, you can have your opinion about what's in the bag and what's on the receipt, but you can't change the receipt. Okay? And that's what I think our major goal was in the last couple shows. Now, we're going to reevaluate this whole situation again, because, again, it's getting to be about that time. You know, I'm finna go back into the hospital situation. You know, a lot of shit going on. And one thing I try not to do is lose the motivation. So y'all gotta keep coming in. Y'all gotta keep hitting them like buttons. You gotta keep just showing up.
I like you want to be here.
Yeah, because, you know, I think we've said a lot. We said a lot. We got enough videos out there.
190 videos and over 500,000 views.
I mean, what
can't ask for no more.
Can't ask for no more than that. You know,
like I said, 512,000 views.
500. That's a lot of views for a little time period. I think, you know, but
thank you.
That's that much right there. We never expected it to be anything like that. But we gonna always give a big shout out and say thank you, because it would have never happened without y'all. Still a big shout out to all my boys on the back street, and definitely a big shout out to everybody in the Shark Tank, all the Shark Tank members out there who have been around all these couple years, a year and a couple months, you know, come up on that 2-year mark, so I'm not gonna get too far ahead of myself. But hey, that's a lot for us. You know, we would never expect it that much, and just believe me, fellas, don't ever think that we don't appreciate it. But again, gotta keep doing what you're doing, because I think the time is coming to where we have done enough, you know? And it's been a nice ride. It's been a fun ride, you know? But we're gonna reevaluate our situation and talk about it. And we just ain't gonna up and just not show up. You know what I'm saying? But we just giving you a heads up because, you know, I think the time is coming that I think he's ready. I think I feel like he's got his point across, and I'm not gonna keep making him do something that he don't love to do no more. So, you feel me, bro? I'm with you whatever you decide to do, okay? So, for y'all, keep showing the love, keep hitting them like buttons. For those who haven't already subscribed, subscribe. But be sure to keep, you know, doing the thing that we've been saying from day one. Because one thing I gotta truly give my brother, you know, through all the bullshit and everything that came with it from the time he sat in this chair, he has always been that one I could put him right back in the corner. And I knew it. You know why? Because like he said, we've been saying this from day one. Always. Listen to me. We always scratch the win. Hey, fellas. What else can I say? Y'all know what's up.
Give me a dog man a little night.
All right, everybody, you know it's that time. Everybody, you know what? I hope everybody enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. And we'll see you back here Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, everybody enjoy your weekend and we'll see you then. I'm out. Deuces.